As we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, let's actually see that we are, as that's set to public. And that is set to public and is having bit rates. And I did fix the title. Yeah. And I didn't type out descent. Or I did type out descent and not decent. Because I almost had that be an error that we had there. I may as well check that it's grabbing this browser. Yeah. And yeah, let's zoom in. Yeah, let's grab her as the character for it. And yeah, as the title says, we're gonna record the wrong text guide, the updated version.
Agent, we still haven't located the mobile shade server at Kenley College. It has to be there. We should investigate the site
Was
again.
Kenley open?
Check in with Torres
What?
when you're free.
Did they open Kenley specifically for the 5 times?
Have been
No.
deployed by hostiles.
Right, what?
Safe area detected.
Yeah, available for 3 days. Or well, not even, it's available for the 5. What? Why would you? That's a choice. Not one I would make, but that's a choice. Actually, no, it's open for long. Actually, how long is the 5 times? I have no words. Okay, this time it's actually is correctly going till the end of the. Like it's resetting in the on the normal time, so we have all the way till Monday morning with it. Why would you open Kenley when you know there's a? It's fine.
Someday I'm gonna retire.
I mean, it's not fine, but it's fine. Choices. Yeah, let me add you here. And later, I enjoy Bath. That's a cool name. And I get to see you as well. So then, like you answer this where it doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, there seems to that still seems to be going, and especially if you can help it by not making sure that you don't log in on a hardcore or on a mule or anything like that, a watch alt that isn't level 40 with the watch and stuff. That can help, but even outside of that, people were talking about having issues last time. And it seems to also be if you've ever in the past kind of made an issue happen that way, that it might cause future problems, which is kind of annoying. And it didn't work. And yeah, good afternoon indeed. And I'm doing pretty good. Got to get a bunch of work stuff done, and we have the afternoon available to us. Getting to do an afternoon stream again, which I quite enjoy. Where did I do the intro for wrong text one? Maybe we'll repeat. How long ago is this video actually? 6 months ago. No, we did it at the we did it at the stupid tiger. Should I reuse that? Wouldn't per se be against reusing that. Also, wait, I should have. Yeah, let's go here actually. So, what is? Should be wearing something that maybe, because yeah, we'd have Striker as the backpack, and maybe Sledge on our back. Yeah, or maybe holding a mosquito. That would be a good one as well. Oh, actually, I should recheck that because I am. Or do I have that somewhere? I'm gonna actually search in my folder here. Control F. Mosque. I don't have mosquito yet. Let's just make sure for a second that, yeah, what we're saying about mosquito is correct.
Come over here, agent. Take a look at what I've got for you.
Flashbang might be nice to have. Although actually, does she have this on any builds? No. Actually, literally no builds. Yeah, it doesn't per se matter what the build is. Let's quickly grab this and put away that and grab a mosquito. Pretty sure we checked this with the. I just want to double check it here. Would be nice if I have something that hits for the same numbers over and over again. Yeah, so this will. Actually, yeah, so let's turn on damage numbers real quick. Not even gonna spreadsheet this. We're just gonna. Although actually I should, right? Yeah, fine. I'll just jot some of this down. So focusing the level using the cam hack. Crazy. I mean, yeah, but as the devs, like, they're aware of it as far as I've seen. Like, why enable? Like, it did. Nobody was expecting. Like, yeah. Well, let's not think of too much about things we cannot change or affect, or per se care about, because I'm just not gonna use the 5 times at all. Really, I'm just gonna avoid it. Wait. So yeah, we need this number. Have any DTA? No, right? No. The 218,915. 273. That's hard numbers to read. 273, 644. Let's start with the start, of course. Just making sure that it is 25% of not DTA. Although I should have put DTA on the build. 915. Yeah, it's 25%. No, 254. 318. 387 divided by 254. 709 is also 25%. Hey. Yeah, I should have. So what should have happened there if this was just DTA, as it like says? So 25% more damage to armor. If it was, it would be additive to that. So it isn't. And then especially, I need to like just to be sure before I say something stupid. That is also like that. It also made it into the game like that. So sledge by itself. Actually, let's do that first. Oh, I need to be actually holding that to sledge. And now I see. So 305. 305. And read that one. 651 divided by 2. Oh, shit. Really need to get a less cheap calculator that actually has clear entry. I've never had a calculator before that didn't have clear entry. So I didn't even know that was a possibility when I grabbed this cheap piece of shit. Like, that's 20%. And then that's also like with that up. So, and now with their powers combined, actually let's do actual science, because this is what you use science for, or the scientific method. Non-American. So that number 254709 times 1.2 times 1.25 predictions 382,063. So if I do this, I do this, follow that up with 31838. Wait, what? What did we get? Is this the 318? Which was the number we already had there, right? Yeah, that was the old 20%. So, wait, what happened there? I don't, my reload got to. Oh, this I didn't slash correctly, maybe. $382 exactly. So those two are also multiplicative to each other. It's just to make sure. We tested it in PTS. I think I quickly tested it after, but I wasn't too certain about myself, and that was worth the 2 minutes that takes. Just to be sure that we're saying the right things. Let's grab a striker. So we have the striker backpack. We'll put a mosquito here, so we'll be holding the mosquito. Maybe as well we'll put a lefty there, and we'll do it with the lefty skin that is recognizable. And yeah, let's actually go do the intro in the same spot, which is down here. So let's go through here. Yeah, let me catch up here. And hey, there's me. And hey there, Elite. Trying to make a guide for Chameleon for PvP to calculate the reload from its original, and would divide by 100 to get 105, which is subtract now. Subtract that 190 from 1. No, so the calculation for it would be, so first of all, it would also include the reload from watch. So you need to add those together from the reload of that. You need to go from the base as well. So you would need the reload speed without watch, because those two are additive. Otherwise, you're multiplying it against each other. Oh yeah, let's fix reload. But we're doing some deep descent runs yesterday, so yeah, I unbound my reload as I had incessant triggered, and then the calculate. Although actually we could go that route as well. Does it give 150 reload? How much reload does it give? Actually, I totally don't remember. Should have a chameleon this inventory. Oh, it does have 150. Okay, yeah. Man, I was like, that seems a lot. But then it's the old number, and then divided by 1 plus basically the damage, you know, the damage style. So 1 plus 150 divided by 100, or well, 1 plus 1.5, so a 2.5 plus the watch 2.6. So it's basically the old number divided by a 2.6. And the old number isn't per se like what you have just in your inventory. Here would be the base if you want to do it like perfectly, because this number already showing here would be already with the watch. So either a number from the character without the watch or the spreadsheet. The Discord spreadsheet should have those values, but they haven't done so for all of them. Because they're supposed to have the bases.
Advanced AEDs
Oh yeah,
nearby.
reanimate.
Serious trauma
Yeah,
detected.
we're just going to an intro spot. Okay. Man, these weapons seem pretty slow when you come out of
Watching over us.
when you come out of Descent yesterday. Yeah, that sounds about right. 1.90. Yeah, if that's the true base. Also make sure to not have any weapon handling or something like that. Actually, I can check on a build that doesn't for a second. Yeah, it's going to be higher than that because it's already a 218 with just the watch. So it's you can also back calculate because it's basically this times 1.10. If you know the how much like weapon handling and stuff you have. So whatever this is, so 2.18 times. Because also, yeah, if it's on striker or something, you need to basically have all of the reloads be additive to each other. So 2.398, so likely a 2.4 is the actual reload of it. Actually, let's see what the other guys say about it. Because what do I have it as in my burst and sustains? It should be a 2.18, yeah. Because I have it with the watch in there. You have to remember. And actually, I can take it as long. So what do these guys have it set as? Yeah, 2.4. So 2.4 is the base, and then all of your reloads. All of your reloads added together. So that would be basically a 1 plus a 1.5 plus a 1.1 plus a. So in totality, because if it has striker in it, that's another 15 from the weapon handling. So it would be 2.75. So 2.4 divided by 2. Which is a 0.87. And there's also, so on top of all that, there's also an animation limit. And it's different per weapon. So that might actually still not reach those amounts, especially if you kind of have like that high. Although usually the animation limit is, so for most weapons, it's between 0.75 and 1 second. So maybe for the vector, I could see it be that it does reach that low. And then let me catch up here as I kind of my own world there. Any difference there? It's kind of considered a bannable offense, but we won't know until they tell us. I wouldn't do it. Seems in the same spirit as Fei Lao and Anderson and stuff, which weren't per se bannable offenses. Some people got a little bit of rollback if they like really abused it, but not many people got outright banned for it. Not the way that the Descent one was, but that one was a lot more egregious, and people used it also more egregiously. And yeah, likely if you don't have any warnings already, if you don't have warnings from previous ones, then yeah, likely you won't get banned. But the better question is, why do it that way? If you just play the game just for that number, because there's not much enjoyable about that. doing it that way. You might, you know, there's a point where you go like, what am I doing with my life? And Kenley, sitting there oxing a door at Kenley would definitely fall to that for me. But yeah, likely if you have no warnings yet from abusing previous things, it'll be your first warning, if that even. Because also they opened Kenley for this 5 times XP, like it's almost a silent endorsement of it, right? Almost. Yeah. I think I was trying to figure out how to include the one to this. Okay. Just what's good if I'm using Fenris, but always just well, in PvP with a lot of blue cores, I could see Fenris. Likely Fenris will even be Cheska outright, would be the first pick. Because of all the blue cores, even with grade 27. Yeah, no. Doesn't sure the numbers are right one. Yeah, and you can actually go off this number. You can just go off of this reload speed here. In the stats, kind of tiny there, but yeah, you can go off this reload speed number here. The thing to keep in mind as well is, yeah, for instance, here it shows reload speed 0, and that's because I'm getting plus 10 from the watch and minus 10 from the mag. The Chameleon, of course, for its mag actually doesn't get a minus 10% reload, so it will be yeah. So for a striker, it would be just that. It would be a 2.4 divided by basically a 1.5 plus a 1.1 plus, or well, plus a 0.1 plus a 0.15 from all the bonuses. The one that goes in there, the 1 plus, is just the base, basically the base reload, and that's also how they get the, you know, the heavy diminishing returns on reload. So, but yeah, it would be basically a 2.4 from base divided by 1.75 on a striker. Or 2.75. Yes, I want 7.75 because it's 1 plus that. Yeah, let's just have the striker backpack there. That's gonna be. Oh, actually, oh yeah, I should totally do this. And yeah, I would like to thank everybody that subscribes and donates and enables my bad choices. As yeah, you know what? This is basically you guys' fault anyway. I'm just playing. So, buy those with premium credits. It's, do as I say, not as I do, basically. And but yeah, we'll get this just to look shiny and fresh for this video. Oh yeah, I just buy all the bundles just because I'm a sad little idiot like that. So. Yeah, 2.4 indeed over divided by 275. And then there's then there's the issue of is that actually faster? But a point like the 0.8 something that it was is likely not faster than the animation limit for that one. Because the thing is also, at least I haven't done much testing into it, but it seems to be per weapon, and it seems to be based on their whatever their original, like, you know, when the game released reload speeds were, which as you can imagine, nobody really kept an eye on. Like, I can't even find any like sources for what those times even were. So basically at this point, everybody's kind of confused about what the animation limits are and some of the things. It would actually be a cool deep dive, but also I don't have the, like, you would need to be able to frame count and stuff, which I could learn, but I have just different shit to do, I feel. No worries, Ethan. You always feel free to, feel free to ask away, and I never mind it. I was actually kind of enjoy it.
Hostile control point
Retesting
detected.
my own knowledge sometimes. And sometimes, of course, as well, we find new and interesting things. As from some questions, sometimes we go like, oh, wait, yeah, how does that work? And then we go and figure that. And yeah, we use this derpy tiger for the intro of Wrong Text 1. So I'm going to, seeing as this is basically just a redo, I'm going to use it here as the intro of Wrong Text 2 as well. Because yeah, I do love this derpy tiger. It is one of the a cool picture. I need a dwarf. So fast for poopy. Share to keep the buffs when not in combat. So with all, so poopy the gun works. Yeah, actually, yeah, you could carry it into. You could stack it up on PvE and take. Oh wow, on DZ at least, you could stack it on PvE and then take it against PvP. Yeah, the chameleon is pretty strong. Although I share part. I did watch that dot video. I wouldn't say, at least on the PvE end, that it's as strong as he makes it out to be, but it's pretty strong, definitely. I also love how many people underneath it were like, yeah, no, I've been always using the chameleon. It's always been good. It's just like, no, they made changes to it. It's good now. Like, you were wrong before and you were now made right. It doesn't mean you were right before, which is just, yeah, humans being humans. Actually, I should have controller here just so we can do a slow pan and zoom right into the eyes of our dear friend there. Yeah, let's actually make sure that the folder is ready to receive files. Just by making sure the hard drive is spooled up. Okay, it is. That's at least starting to become nighttime, actually. Stream he is SMG. I mean, yeah, but a likely pre-stacked can go into a lot of fights well equipped enough. Let's wait for actual nightfall to happen here. Should have
Hostile control
paid
point
attention
nearby.
to the in-game time. So I'm pretty. Actually, it just has that light, right? Yeah, it's fine though. We'll just do this. And I kind of like this as our framing. And yeah, let's do an intro. So it's in-depth guide, and my name was IKEA. So yeah, let's get going. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give an in-depth guide into wrong texts. We have already discussed this once before. This is going to be an updated version of a guide that already existed and actually, well, has been updated. So we're going to do it all again once more from the top with more feeling. And yeah, I'm gonna do the entire thing, not just what we added, just to make this a complete guide basically for us to use, including the older stuff, especially as well, discussing them in their new ways. And yeah, for that we'll be using the guide as exists. It of course is in the guides folder. It is the last one in the list at 99.0, as I just want to keep it at the end of it. Basically, we have updated it quite recently. We have added several items to this list. We're going to go through them one by one. Everything will be timestamped down below, so if you're interested in a certain thing, feel free to jump to that, or for future reference, if you come back to it, you can always jump around like that. And we'll go item by item here and kind of explain what the wrong texts are, as we have several through the game with several things saying they are one thing when they are in fact another thing. How dare they? So yeah, let's go expose them all. Good enough. It was a little bit ummy, but honestly, I don't think I'm gonna do per se better if I do it again. 122. Do I still have an alternate version? Well, we're even more zoomed in than this. I don't think so anymore, right? So let's reuse this one. This one should be at least from the middle. Copy, paste duplicate. So this will be a rename guide. I take that away. So you should see what the biggest one in here is, kind of. Biggest one's kind of that. So we're kind of bigger than that if in here. Just have it be a lot more zoomed in, so it's easier to read. Trying to line it up a little bit that the left side and the right side especially are kind of lined well. Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, let me get over here for a second, and then and neither has a car. We're saved. Are we saved? Who we saving? Oh, I need to actually shit. This needs to be like this. This needs to go all the way to the top, otherwise I don't have a... Because otherwise I have no way to reach the top otherwise. So yeah, it needs to be like that. So let's cut off there. There we go. And a little bit of behind the scenes there. How the sausage is made. Yeah, that lines up decently enough. Let's make sure that like even the biggest thing fits in one kind of... Yeah. Also means that we haven't done a in-depth guide at some point. Actually, so yeah, I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna do version. Because yeah, we're gonna actually go through the entire list. I was just gonna do just what we added basically recently, as one of my original thoughts, but think it might be better just to do the whole thing again and just have a full one instead of, yeah. And we'll try to just go quickly through it. And yeah, let's get that intro into the folder for this. It already is, okay. And yeah, let's set up this video and then we'll go item by item. But first off, let's actually explain what we are talking about when we are talking about wrong in-game texts. That's where those wrong texts are, of course. They have to be in the game. We're making this version 2. There's already, of course, a first version of this where we went through a shorter list, basically, because back then I hadn't added a bunch that we have added in now. And yeah, this has been updated pretty recently, and we're just turning it into a video now that that's the video you're watching now, which is going to be coming soon there. And let's just verbatim read what we're talking about here for what wrong texts are and how we know. And that is that some of the descriptions in the game are wrong in their text, as some were changed to be different and others never had the correct text to describe them correctly. Many have been fixed through the ages, but some still remain. The ones below are still currently incorrect. And then, yeah, check time of last update to see if it's still up to date, and of time of recording and time of this guide. All of these are still incorrect in the game. And it's handy to know them, of course, that way. And the way we know these to be incorrect is by testing them in-game. For damage talents and such, if they state to be a certain stat pool, but if we calculate them like that and they don't match up to in-game, then we know they are incorrect. By further testing, we usually can figure out what they actually are. And that is core to this. At the end of the day, it doesn't even matter what some of the texts say, as we'll, for instance, go to the first one, for instance, here with Intimidate, and look at it's saying increases weapon damage. But then if we test it against in-game and actually calculate it as weapon damage and then check what the damage numbers in the game are, the game is, at the end of the day, the final arbiter in all of this. What it says goes. If and that includes as well if the devs say it in this text but have implemented it in a different way in actually the calculations. We need to know what those are. And to give for an example, or actually two here, as I've from a long time ago, as I was kind of the primary source for these after they kind of came out. This is time-stamped. As we'll need to zoom out a little bit to show this one. This one is actually the time is, I always keep my spreadsheets from past and current testing and such, always with the time actually listed on them, or the date at least. So this is from 22/08/19, the 8th month, the 19th day of 2022, a little while ago, as we're already in 2025. Man, time goes fast. And this is testing for the exo gloves. These exo gloves, back then, of course, being the new exo gloves, but nowadays, yeah, you should actually add in that it's the bloody knuckles specifically. Also, from the icon, we can tell that. And the bloody knuckles, as we'll see in a little bit, they'll say that they are weapon damage. Here is just a calculation basically going through, and let's actually zoom in to a little bit like this. Yeah. So we have a build, basically, we're hitting for a certain amount without the buff, with the buff. How much are we hitting for? And already we can already see that it can't really be weapon damage, for instance, in this case, as when we add in that damage, and this is on a build which has red cores to begin with, but already a weapon by itself would have basically weapon damage adding in, meaning that it should, if it was weapon damage, it's very unlikely for it to be at 20% output, which it is here, because, for instance, if we actually calculate it as a weapon damage number, we see that the increase on that build would have been 1.1%. This 1.2 though is also not a separate multiplier, because it is a 25% increase as it states for itself, but we're getting 20% out of it. The build that we're testing it on is a glass and vigilance setup. So we have total weapon damage in there. And that already, this being 20% already tells me actually that it is total weapon damage, because if we were to have, for instance, the old obliterate at 25%, that would become 20%. And then we basically calculate it out in several ways. And nowadays I basically, if the number doesn't match out, I'll usually just make a multi-calculator, the ones where I'm putting multiple in, and just put the stat into basically every category, and whatever matches in game is likely the one to be here as well. We see basically that if we calculate it as total weapon damage, then we do actually align with the game. And that is the way we test those. Same here as well from... actually, a day later, because that's when Sledge came in together with those Bloody Knuckles, apparently. I don't remember it actually, but yeah, apparently, likely it was because of the testing happening around the same time. And there as well, we see actually that already from the start, we can kind of guess that it's a separate multiplier, as this is done on a build with the damage to armor already on a build, but we're still getting 40% out of it, meaning that it's at the very least not just normal damage to armor. Now later on, of course, we would also discover that it also applies to armor plates, as we'll discuss about in a second. But generally, that's how we do it. We test what increases we get, and the game at the end of the day is basically always right. The actual game, not just the text that they put in there, but whatever the actual calculation ends up being, that will decide what we go with. And then we'll cut there. We'll go back here. Yeah. And then go back here. A little rough there, but it's fine. 5 minutes, that's fine. Just to explain these things, I'm gonna show old calculation things. Yeah, let's not select anything there. Let me catch up on chat for a second as well, and then we'll go. I know there, Jake. Why such old games still have some kind of mistakes still? I think you will find that actually when a game is new, it has the least mistakes. The longer a game goes and balance changes happen and such, the more likely it becomes for it to contain mistakes. Like actually an old game usually contains a lot more mistakes than a new game, because a new game is like fresh and hasn't been balance changed. And, you know, for instance, in a second, well, even here, for instance, Intimidate at some point was weapon damage, but then they changed it to be other things. Same, for instance, here with, well, no, the Spirit was always that. But for instance, Striker has changed like several times. And at some point it was total weapon damage. So stuff like that stays in. And the reason it doesn't get fixed easily, although there's more like speculation, more of a guess, is that, yeah, in our view, it's like, you know, you just change this, right? You just go, each stack amplifies weapon damage or something. But the reality on the other side is that needs to be translated to like 50 other languages before it gets implemented. Like, that is just the reality of a game like this that is translated into dozens of languages and stuff like that. And as well, like, you need to know up front, like, you know, not barely anybody will know all of the things of this guy. Like, I didn't even remember all of the things of this guy because, you know, you don't run into it often. That was also, the original one was basically pretty plain because it was, yeah, it was just the ones I remembered at the time, which wasn't that much. Not as much as we have now. Yeah, so let's get started here. So likely I'll do a few and then cut, and then a few and then cut. Or do I just do one and then cut? So that would be, no, I'd rather just go in a thing. But yeah, what I should do is actually say the name of it and then start talking about it, just so we kind of like with what I did with the build things, with the build collection update things, just to have the number up front there, just so I know where to cut. Yeah, let's get going. We're going to start here with the gear talents at the top. And yeah, we're going to start with Intimidate. And this is both for normal and perfect Intimidate. If it says it in brackets, they're perfect. That means that basically that it applies to both. In some of the ones we'll see later, it's only the perfect version or only the normal version that we're kind of referencing. And the way that we're going to go through them is like this. We're going to take the thing that it states, kind of go what that should mean, what it actually is and actually means, and then give it a verdict. Here, starting with Intimidate, we actually have two distinct ones in here. As yeah, we'll start here with increases weapon damage. This would normally mean that it's weapon damage, the stat, all weapon damage, the same stat that we get from red cores and such, which is additive to the specific weapon damage, like let's say SMG damage or such for a specific weapon type. For that would mean that it wouldn't be actually as big of an increase as it is there, or even if it was an amp and just self-additive, as some amps would be. For instance, Ranger is self-additive per stack. This thing, first of all, is not weapon damage, as we'll go into what actually is. And that is that stacks are self-multiplicative separate multipliers. So each of these 1.04s, which is the representation of this 4%, as a multiplier, if we increase it by 4% as an increase in percentage, that's a 1.04 multiplier. These are all separate stacks, each stack multiplying against itself and others. So we could actually just put in 9 separate 1.04s for the normal versions as we have it here, and that would actually be a 42% increase, because even if it was just additive to itself, so 9 times the 0.4 1.044 that would be actually let's go there. I'm fumbling way too much here. Let's actually be a little bit more. I'm umming and eyeing also way too much, and I'm kind of becoming. We can do that much cleaner. And hit it, man. But yeah, let's try that again. And we'll start off here with the gear talents, and the way that we'll go through this, of course, is actually we'll have states where we'll discuss what it actually says it is, then what it actually is with all of these, and then kind of explain what it actually is, and then have a verdict on each. On this very first one with Intimidate, we already see that there are 2 actually. This is one of the few that has 2. I think actually the only one maybe that has 2. And we'll discuss them both here. So starting off with states increases weapon damage. Now, this has basically 2 factors in it, which is that actually, first is saying weapon damage, which would be normally all weapon damage. But even if we were to see this as a separate multiplier, as several other places somewhat use similar wording, it would also be self-additive. So for instance, in the same way that, for instance, Ranger is, if you have 2 times of it, basically, if you're at 2 times the range of it, you'll get 2 times the multiplier from it. So it's additive to itself before it multiplies it against other things. And that would also be the case here. So for instance, here we have... it would first, if it was weapon damage, it would be additive to that. All weapon damage, so it would be even reduced more, but even as a separate multiplier, if it was 9 stacks of 1.04, as we have it here, it would be a 1.36, as we're saying here for the normal version. But what it actually is separate stacks that are self-multiplicative. So each stack is a separate multiplier all onto itself, basically. It is the true multiplicative. This is the way that you should use the term. If you're just saying multiplicative, that is usually what that means. That means that it's multiplicative to itself, meaning that by extension, it's going to be multiplicative to everything else as well. So it is multiplicative to itself and multiplicative to its others. That's the only time that it's actually appropriate to use the term multiplicative, which, for instance, just to go on that tangent, DTOC isn't, because DTOC is additive to itself and not multiplicative to others. So DTOC isn't multiplicative. Just let's have that wrong text in here for, not in the game, but many people talking about the game. And yeah, what we see is actually then that this is, if you were to want to calculate it as its own separate talents or just its own separate amp, basically, you could just, first of all, this would just be as many amps of this of 1.4 here, 9 times of them. Here though, it is basically to the power of, so it is 1.04 to the power of 9, which gets us actually a 42.33%. So it's basically 6% more, 6.33% more than even if the talent was as a separate multiplier but self-additive. But here it being self-multiplicative, it adds up really quickly. And even we see for the perfect version, it is this 48% versus this 40% that it would be. Then it also has a second part, which is wrong, and that is that since the changes to it, it used to be that, yeah, you did gain 1 stack each second. That used to be what it was for it, because you would gain 1 stack each second for 7 seconds. That was the old version. The new version still says gain 1 stack each second up to a max of 9, but it's actually 3 stacks per second up to a max of 9. It caps out in 3 seconds. And yeah, that is what it actually is, gain 3 stacks each second. And this is likely they forgot to change this after the rebalance of it. And the verdict on both of these is very much wrong text. These should be changed. Definitely, the 1 stack should just be changed to a 3. That also does not really require any translation, as it's just changing the numbers in all of the versions. The other one, what it should actually say likely is each stack amplifies weapon damage by. At least that would be closer to what it is. That still wouldn't give away that it is a self-multiplicative, but it would be closer to the reality of what they are. Going on to Hunter's Fury, which is the next one that kind of has a similar thing, and that is that in especially its part where it is the stacking buff of it, it states and amplifies weapon damage by 5%, and here as well, amplifies weapon damage is actually not used per se correctly, because they should actually, we used that actually a second ago, but we should find a better way of saying this. Likely just saying amplifies damage would be a better way actually. And that is that in this case as well, it would imply basically that it is a 25% increase when you have these 5 stacks. There's 5 stacks stacking up to 5 times. In other places, like for instance, again, Ranger, and many other places, stacking buffs like this are worded like this, and they are just additive to themselves. This one isn't again as well. This one again is a true multiplicative, so this is 1.05 to the power of 5 in reality, and it's implying that it is a 5% amp, would be that 25% increase. What it actually is a 27.62% increase. And while this one is much smaller of a difference, just because we have 5 stacks of it, that's also the thing with self-multiplicatives. The reason you don't see them get used much outside of, well, a lot of games do use them actually, but generally what you don't get is to have a lot of stacks of them, because the more stacks of it that you have, the more it gets out of hand, because it is multiplying against itself as well. And that gets very big numbers very quickly, like we used to have with the Heartbreaker set, for instance. And yeah, the verdict on this one isn't per se wrong text, because yeah, as we kind of said, amplifies damage would be the right way, for instance, I would say, for describing both Hunter's Fury and Intimidate, but it is just ambiguous. And for instance, because Ranger has similar wording, but is still self-additive. And it would be nice if they, for instance, made a different wording for this by themselves, but likely they are not even aware of it. As we're kind of getting into the weeds of things. Another one that is commonly gotten wrong is Strikers. And what it, of course, states in its own text is that it increases total weapon damage by, as we see here, by 0.65, as without the backpack, of course. That's the increase that we get. But it states outright that it's total weapon damage. So it will be additive to other total weapon damage. It would apply to talents that are weapon damage related, like the Pestilence and such. Yeah, that it isn't. It outright isn't. The stacks are self-additive, separate multiplier. So it's adding to itself and then multiplying against everything else. And in this case as well, we've checked it against basically any other stat that exists in the game, and it is separate to all of them. It's not going to any other pool, because yeah, we would get diminishing returns that way. So it isn't total weapon damage. This is just fully, as our verdict is, wrong text. This should be weapon hits increase damage by this amount. And yeah, weapon damage would be maybe the right word, or amplifies. It depends, kind of. You have to kind of make all of these kind of align. But this then is not a self-multiplicative per stack, so this would need different wording than the rest. And I'll leave it up to them to kind of figure out where they want to go with that. I'm gonna cut it there just so we have, you know, that already in the bag. That's 7 minutes. Yeah, don't want to spend more than like 2 or 3 minutes at most on some of these, because they also don't per se need it. We kind of, oh shit, should lock that. I'm surprised it didn't go wrong yet without me locking it. And continuing on with Over the Top, which is the Bloody Knuckles talent. I wouldn't know that off the top of my head either. Don't worry about it. And yeah, what it states outright is that it grants plus 25% weapon damage. Meaning overall that this would be an added to the pool of all weapon damage plus specific weapon damage. Yeah, this would be additive, so we would get diminishing returns to it. We do get some form of diminishing returns to it if we're using a different talent with total weapon damage. And that's also our giveaway here, as we kind of talked about, as one of the ones, as one of the specific examples on how we know what pools they are. Because yeah, the damage increase is actually total weapon damage. And that we know because it is additive to other total weapon damage if we have it on the build. And this outright is just wrong test. This should say increases or grants plus 25%, which also is a weird way of saying it because everywhere else they use increases, but here grants. It is plus 25% total weapon damage. And yeah, outright a wrong text as the verdict. Going on to Heatstroke. Heatstroke is the backpack talent here for the Ortiz X0 gear set. This one as well goes into it with plus 25% weapon damage to enemies set on fire by the Ortiz turret, basically. But it isn't 25% weapon damage, as again, this would be, it would be additive to our all weapon damage pool, and we would see the returns in that way, and together with that, it would also only apply to the weapon. What it actually is a separate multiplier. So this is increasing our weapon damage by this full 25%, being a full separate new multiplier. And it isn't additive to any of the other pools that we have available. And also, oddly as well, it's not only affecting our weapon, it is also affecting ballistic skills. Now, for this to be triggered, we need, of course, the special flame turret, or the flame turret equipped, which becomes special with the X0 set. So we can't have a different turret, which would be the other ballistic skill, because it would, the 3 ballistic skills are the turret, or the assault turret, the striker drone, and the sniper turret, to be exact. The 2 turrets are, of course, kind of out of the picture because we can't have that and the turret and the flame turret together. But what we can have is the drone. The striker drone actually gets a buff from this as well. And this is actually an oddity that also used to exist with Ongoing Directive before, and still exists for X0 now, as sometimes some things that do affect weapon damage also affect some of the ballistic skills. And outright, this is a wrong text. This should, at the very least, well, if they fix it applying to the striker turret, which not a big issue in this case. Neither was it in the ongoing, although they did fix that one. But yeah, this should be basically amplifies weapon damage by 25% instead of this plus 25 weapon damage. Going on to another backpack that has similar issues, Signature Moves, the Tip of the Spear backpack talent. This one, again, also starts with plus 50% weapon damage for, and then, yeah, 15 seconds after fully depleting the signature weapon of ammo. But it's especially this 50% weapon damage, again, implying that it's all weapon damage. It would have to be then additive to red cores and specific weapon damage and such. It isn't. It is a separate multiplier. It isn't additive to anything else. It is 50% right off the top. This one, though, only applying to weapons in this case, and not as well to other things. Yeah, it is because of that outright a wrong text. It is. This should also again say amplifies weapon damage by 50%. Going on to the next one, which is our full flag, which is actually the True Patriot 4-piece talent. It isn't the full thing, but actually just one part of it, as it outright states dealing damage equal to their total health and armor, which is, reading it out full, is enemies that die while under the effect of all 3 debuffs create a 5 meter explosion, dealing damage equal to their total health and armor, to their total health and armor. What this actually is damage deals damage based on the player's health and armor, not the enemies. This is an odd bug. I'm not actually sure if this crept in at some point or this was always this way. We haven't cared much about True Patriot for forever, basically ever since the last time we really cared was when it was some form of meta, especially with Pestilence in the DZ. That's a long time ago. But this, yeah, the explosion isn't based actually on the enemy's health and armor, which would actually likely very much increase the amounts that the explosion could do. But it's based on ours, meaning though that, yeah, if you're mostly blue core and such, you do get a little bit more damage out of that explosion, but that explosion as well is basically tertiary to first doing the group buffs and then maybe doing your own damage, and then explosions maybe a little bit as a on top. And we can test this as well very easily by shooting different enemies. For instance, purples and elites should have different explosion amounts. They don't. And when we change our armor values by adding or removing a blue core, it does change. So yeah, this one is, the verdict is a wrong text. Although this one, I don't think they need to change the text. I feel they need to change the talent. And this might be also a small way to, with other increases, to maybe help buff True Patriot to be a little bit more true to the Patriots and not a false Patriot as it kind of is at the moment. And yeah, we'll cut there as well because I want to actually, let's give Chaos there a shout out. And yeah, hey there, Chaos. And I hope you had a good stream and I hope you had some fun. So then put a slash in there. Let's do it like that. There we go. And yeah, welcome in, Raiders. As over here, we're just quickly filming, recording a little bit of for a video, an upcoming video, which is going to be, as you may have guessed there, about wrong texts, as it says in the title, and is about, how long are we going already? Feel we're making decent time through this, but this might still be pretty long. We're already 21 minutes, but there's a lot of them. And yeah, welcome in, Raiders, as well. And yeah, hey there. Darth coming in with the raid as well there. And hey there, Gustavo. Quiet on set. Yeah. Feel free to just chat it up. I'll catch up on chat in between recordings. And on this one, I'm cutting quite often, so we'll catch up often. Yeah, I don't have an hours command. Are you trying to see like hours in game or hours streamed, or because I could maybe talk about those, but let's make sure we have just something selected off screen that we don't see. Let's see. It was shitting itself again. Having issues over. If it's just OBS Studio, I think the newer versions still haven't been updated well for Division, right? I feel because I'm still I reverted back to before. Is it 30 or 31? That kind of brought in some, because they changed how their game hookup goes, or like how the OBS hooks into the game, and especially some older easy anti-cheat games seem to have some problems, which Division has. Let me. Oh man, my voice deciding to just get out of here. Basically, we'll fix that up there. Just we'll warm it back up. Speak to Biram over your links in the About Me section. How do you mean? Like, oh wait, or do you mean like he has links of mine in or? Okay. Okay. Yeah. If it didn't indeed want to stream Div 2, oh, they did get working. But yeah, otherwise as well, I've just kept to older versions. You can actually just download the older versions from their site, and it just overwrites it basically. I did have to redo my layout though, but I forgot to save it in like a while. You can't copy the links and about. Oh, and the About Me on Twitch. Let me go have a peek. I haven't been. Oh, actually, put the game up for a second. Oh, those links in there. Yeah. I don't think you can. Those links in there. Yeah. Shut up, me. Yeah, you have to I don't think with the original, or yeah, I need to just learn markup, right? You mean like these links here? Thing is, the other works. That's just like I think I need to mark up these to be. I remember some weird stuff being there, but I don't remember what. Oh, I might keep this open and have a look at it. I can figure that out. Yeah, let me get you up here. You can't copy the links. Wait, I mean just. You mean just selecting them and copying, or something else? Present. Yeah, the title boxes generally will, because that's actually where they want you to have the link. I just have the link down here as well, just so people like can if they go that route, and also so that they know kind of where they're heading. Also, actually, yes, most of the things are still here. I was like, wait, do I have stuff that aren't per se? I should as well actually like yeah. We'll look at that in the future. Just let's get back to actually doing what we were doing and finish this off. So I should select something even higher than that. There we go. Yeah, let me catch up here. I don't know if the fighter affects DZ XP, not DZ XP itself, but just XP gained in DZ. Yeah. Normal leveling XP is affected by that, not the DZ, specifically the DZ XP that levels DZ levels. Okay. Yeah, it might be depending on device and stuff, or browser, it might be different. But yeah, feel free to maybe put a screenshot either in, or DM it to me or put it in the Discord. Or... I'll actually open up Discord as I didn't have that open. Yeah, let's continue here though before I kind of lose my train of thought on some of these. Yeah, let's get going with this. Let me scroll up a lot. I should need OBS to not be there. This is going to get in my way. Yeah. And moving on to perfect galvanize. But this is actually a difference between a perfect and a normal talent. Kind of having different wording, implying different things. So actually what we have is that we're going with both of these saying, one of the normal version is saying to you and all allies. From the perfect version, actually that's that from that one. The normal version just says to allies, and that is down here. So as bonus armor to allies within 20 meters for the normal version, and then here we have it. Actually, yeah, let's I confuse myself here. We should have this be, this makes no sense that I did it this way. Because yeah, if we're having the normal version up here and the perfect version down here, why do I have it inverse the other way? So let's turn those two around and then retry that. Because I kind of said it the wrong way, and yeah, so let's just cut there and let's just cut our losses there and just redo that and fix it up. Yeah, let's get it going. And the next one is galvanize and perfect galvanize. And this is more of a discrepancy between the two. So we have the normal version, we have the perfect version here side by side. The normal version says here 40% of your armor as bonus armor to allies. And it's especially that to allies that is at somewhat fault here. Or maybe this one I would say actually is maybe the right way to say it. Because the perfect version says as bonus armor to you and all allies. And what this actually is implying, of course, is that this perfect version is applying to you and all allies, which normally actually in this game, allies does mean other people than you, the way that, for instance, Firewall uses it. Although it gets used inconsistently, of course, because this other allies on the normal Galvanize version, Galvanize always applies to you as well. For the normal version, for the perfect version, this isn't also something that is like raid rules, the way that Vanguard is. For instance, Vanguard does not apply to you outside of Countdown and raids. It does apply to you when you are in Countdown or in raids, basically in 8-man settings. This one, though, isn't that. This one is just always applies to you and always applies to all allies alongside of you. So likely, actually, the wording should be you and all allies, as your allies does get used in some other context to mean people other than you. For instance, yeah, with the firewall buff, where it doesn't apply to you, it does apply to allies. Are you your own ally? I mean, some people hate themselves, so you know that's maybe why. And yeah. They both work the same way, and they are worded differently for a normal and a perfect version. The perfect version, of course, came in much, much later. And yeah, this implying, I've seen several people kind of get caught up on this and thinking that because it says it this way, that the perfect version does apply to you as well. Whereas actually the normal version that doesn't say it also applies to you. So this one isn't per se fully wrong text, but it is inconsistent. That's our verdict here, and it leads to confusion. And you should avoid that. Just have basically the normal and the perfect versions have the same wording, because there's no reason, for instance, here for it to not be to you and allies with the normal version as well, and just change the values. Going on to break, oh no, actually not breaking point. I saw the B and I assumed that, but yeah, it's actually Virtuoso, the new gear set that came in with this season. And what it says along the way here is that At 4 stacks, well, intimidating killing enemies from both ranges will build up stacks. At 4 stacks, all bonuses are multiplied by 2. And yeah, that is the part that we're kind of concerning ourselves with. This bonuses are multiplied by 2 and triggered at the same time for 15 seconds. This 2 is not a 2. This 2 is a 1.5. And the patch notes and actually the release of the season, when they had basically that page that had the what is new basically coming into the game, patch note wise, kind of, that also had it at 1.5, and that's actually what it is. And if we calculate it with 2, we land on the wrong numbers. If we calculate by 1.5, we get the right numbers. This is actually, of course, just, yeah, it is the 1.5 already seems a well enough number for this, although actually it could use a buff to do, although it might be actually a little bit too strong with 2, I would say, maybe as well for certain scenarios, because Virtuoso by itself, just to go off on that tangent, is one of the few gear sets where we can get weapon damage straight out of it, where most of the other gear sets and such are either specifically a separate multiplier not applying into the weapon damage pool, or they are, for instance, with Breaking Point, it is weapon damage, but it's only for rifles. And Pestilence and other things, of course, for instance, Headhunters and such, can, of course, benefit from extra weapon damage. And Regulus as well. So this one is outright a wrong text. This 2 should be a 1.5, just to match reality and make things a lot easier for those coming into the game. And yeah, we're gonna cut there and we'll go to weapon talents next. Let's set that up. Let's already put this one in the bag. It's another 4. Let me quickly actually think. Okay, chaos already. Oh, it's okay. But yeah, I have no real way of fixing that, I think, because that might be caused by some form of like a plugin or something, kind of either removing scripts or because I can't line break those. Actually, I can pull this up here so for the issue, so others people see it. Yeah. It's kind of going off the screen there. But actually, if you double click it, you can still like copy it. And of course, yeah, you can just click the thing on the top. But if double clicked, it should still just, or like triple click, because double click will just select the word. But triple click should like grab the entire line there. But yeah, I can't really line break it because that would also like not work. So. But yeah, it might be just some browsers showing it differently, because it should line break in there somewhere, just by element. Like those elements should not exceed the boundaries themselves. Don't know if you know. Yeah, although I have no real way of altering that on my end. Because yeah, it on my end. Although actually, so yeah, what it's doing? No, it's cutting them off actually, like this one. But yeah, you can always click that thing here, and also have all the commands. But yeah, thanks for still pointing them out. Though it's better to know at the very least, and because I might actually look into it and see. Maybe use a link shortener, but I'm not a big fan of those either. So we'll see what we do. But likely I'll just leave them as is. Yeah, let's. Oh, there's a literal sandstorm going on in the game. complete chaos there. Let's just have that in the background. Why not? Yeah, going on to weapon talents. Yeah. And going on to weapon talents, we'll start off here with a sledgehammer. And this one as well has actually 2 now. actually used to only have one, and we'll start with that one. And here it states that targets with mark will take 20% more damage to armor from agent, and then it continues. This more damage to armor makes it, of course, seem as if it is damage to armor, the stat like we have on third stats, as we have from contractors and such, and from like Walker Harris, all of those things. It isn't, because it isn't additive to those, as we kind of saw as well on the example thing. It is a full separate multiplier. It is not adding. If you have damage to armor, you would have a reduced amount of an increase because it is basically adding into that pool. You would get diminishing returns. We don't. We get the full return. We get that full 20% nowadays. And that means that, yeah, it isn't, in fact, damage to armor. It is a separate multiplier. On top of that, it does also apply where normally damage to armor would only apply to basically the white bars of an enemy. Things like armor plates, which kind of counterintuitively are not actually armor. It is only basically if the enemy has a health bar that has armor on top of it. If an enemy has armor plates, that is generally, with a few exceptions, there's a few rate things that do actually count as armor. But in the general game, everything of warhounds, heavies, things like that are all health damage, so it shouldn't apply to them, increasing our damage against them, but it does. So it is a separate multiplier to armor and armor plates, which is a mouthful. And yeah, it isn't additive to DTA, but it does affect armor plates. And this means that this is basically a wrong text. This is reusing a term that already exists. It does kind of apply to the thing that they're implying here, right? But this damage to armor means already something very specific. So what this to me should read, and what we generally call this, is or it is 20% amplified damage to armor and armor plates, would be the correct wording if you wanted to align with what actually happens in the game. I can kind of see why they went with this, but it would be nice if they actually altered that, because it is important to know that it does apply to armor plates, because there are places where that can be very advantageous, and also to know that it isn't additive to damage to armor. There's also a second one which got added with this season in the PTS. They were planning first to make this just apply only to the agent that applies the mark, so making Sledge personal, basically. It is, of course, a group-wide buff, was and still is. And that is the core of this, because it goes on to say, from the agent that applied the mark, and have minus 30% movement speed, but especially from the agent that applied the mark means that it would only be personal, basically, right? It still isn't. In PTS2, they made it a reduced amount, 20%, which is also what we got in the final game, 20% for everybody still. Keeping it a group debuff, but making it a reduced amount, which honestly, in my opinion, was the right way to go with it. They forgot to, at some point, likely change their text, and it was likely even maybe already translated all around, so they just stuck with it. But yeah, we just need to know that, yeah, the debuff upon enemy that will increase all incoming damage, including teammates. Wait, let's do that one again, because what? I got completely thrown off by that mistake there. Actually is debuff upon anime. Not enemies, but anime. That threw me off there, and I kind of completely lost my train of thought. Debuff upon enemies. How did that get past the first check? Yeah, debuff upon anime. I mean, I feel I get a debuff every time I watch an anime, so that's is that Sledgehammer then? Yeah. Yeah. Let's try that again. It's fine actually, because we were just like a minute in or so. Actually, we're 3 minutes in, so yeah, we need to make that as well faster. So it'll be fine. Let's redo that. and we'll start our weapon talents as we go into them with a perfect sledgehammer and also normal sledgehammer. Actually, both of them have this wording. And we'll start here with that it states more damage to armor. And yeah, it says it in here. Targets with mark will take 20% more damage to armor. Now, damage to armor would lead us to believe that it is in the damage to armor pool. Basically, it is additive to things like contractors, two-piece Walker Harris, third stats on weapons, if you have damage to armor there. It isn't. It is a completely separate multiplier. And we can know that just by testing it out and seeing that it isn't additive to those, because we would have diminishing returns in them. Seeing that it is also a separate multiplier, there's actually more than that, because damage to armor would only really apply to armor. And armor, generally, when the game talks about armor, it is the white bars on the health bars above the health of an enemy, so the armor bars on top. Whenever they have that, they have armor, basically. Then we have a different thing, which is armor plates. And armor plates, generally on heavies, on warhounds and such, is the plates that you break off so you can deal damage to the health underneath. And in most cases, almost all cases, there's just a few exceptions, hitting armor plates is basically health. It is for heavies, it is for warhounds. Technically, it is whatever's, if they have armor or health underneath it, technically. But yeah, all of those, the ones we deal the most with, like heavies, they have health underneath it, so their armor plates take health damage. There's also the exception, the raid heavies, the Iron Horse, Morozova fight heavies, they take damage to armor, they have armor bars. But they're special in that way. But yeah, this damage to armor, normally a damage to armor would not affect things like armor plates that are above health, but what it actually is that it is also applying to all armor plates at all times, basically. So what this wording wise should be, because that's our verdict as well to start with, is it is a wrong text, but what it should be is actually take 20% more damage to armor and armor plates, or amplifies that damage to armor and armor plates to be kind of fully there, because otherwise, yeah, it kind of makes it sound like it is just damage to armor additive to that, and also that doesn't apply to armor plates, and it's quite handy to know that it does. The second one crept in this season as, yeah, in PTS1, they were planning to actually make it work this way, and that is that from the agent that applied the mark, so yeah, that is here in that 20% more damage to armor from the agent that applied the mark, meaning that it is, in this case, it is implying at the very least strongly that it is personal. That is only the player that applied it, they will only benefit from it. So not group members, because yeah, Sledge was group-wide, is group-wide, and that's also the thing here. So what it is actually is still group-wide. In PTS2, what they did was, instead of keeping it at 40% and making it personal, they went with making it 20%, a lot lower, of course, well, half. Both for 20% for perfect, 15% for the normal variant, reducing it by half, but then they kept the group buff component still to it, which to me, it was also the right way to go. It's still kind of nice to have, but isn't as overpowered as it used to be, and as needed as it used to be. And yeah, that was the big change, or well, there was no big change, basically. The reduction amount was, but it is still a group buff, and this text here is basically just a wrong text. Likely a leftover from PTS1 going into PTS2. They just forgot to change this, and that text should not be there. It is basically 20% more, or 20% amplified damage to armor and armor plates to the enemy with the mark, basically. It isn't personal, and it isn't damage to armor. So that is one of the rare doubles. We'll go on to Mosquito. Mosquito Song, which is of the Mosquito. And on the Mosquito Song, it says as well, and take 25% more damage to armor. And as we kind of discussed upstairs here, this is going to have the same issue as we'll kind of have. This damage to armor that it states here is not damage to armor. It is amplified damage to armor and armor plates. But there's another caveat, because yeah, this would be indeed it isn't additive to DTA and such. We know that from testing. The damage increase is a separate multiplier. Now, this multiplier would seem to be in the same pool as sledge, but they're not. They're separate multipliers. It's double separate. And that is because they are multiplicative to each other. They multiply each other as well. If they went into the same pool, even though they seem to be of the same ilk, they are not going actually into the same pool, adding together, they're multiplying against each other. And this is not additive to DTA, but then as well, it is important to kind of know that even though they should kind of have the same wording as sledge, it should be somewhat different because it is actually a different pool. It isn't going into the same pool. And that makes it extra odd because, now they've basically reused that effect. They've created a similar pool, but now they need basically two naming conventions between them. Or just, if they went with amplifies, that could solve it for between Perfect Sledge and a Mosquito. And these two are actually separate multipliers, and adding them together gets us a pretty big bonus, much bigger than just the 45% that it would be if it was additive. Going on to Perfect Optimist, one that we actually missed last time, Normal Optimist as well, but Perfect by extension. It isn't just in the Perfect one, and that is that it states for every 10% ammo missing. This always makes it imply and kind of a lot of people believe it works this way and are surprised when it isn't when they do any actual testing on it. It doesn't go in chunks of 10%. What happens is that if you actually test it and actually have it on a build where you don't have any other stacking buffs or such, and it should be a flat number, it doesn't go 10 rounds and now it goes into a new threshold and then kind of goes like that, which also the side of the weapon kind of implies the marker for it. What it actually is that every shot does more damage than the previous shot. And that is the issue here, because what it actually is, every shot does more damage than the last. It is not in segments. It is 35% or 45% for the Perfect overall, basically divided by the max size. So on an AR, this would be actually 51 because the tactical reload does get counted in it if a weapon has the option to have the tactical reload. So it is basically that 45%. It is divided by 51 for a 50 round mag, or a weapon with a plus 20 round mag, a 30 base plus 20, just to clarify, because we have other weapons like the AUG being 42, and then one more for the tactical reload. It is basically that 45% is getting divided by 51, and every chunk is getting that amount of weapon damage increase. So every shot is going up by that amount versus the last, instead of going in what it is implying. I'm still going to consider this a wrong text. It should be worded differently. It still technically applies, because every 10% that you empty the max, you'll get 4.5% over that. But it should say it per shot. This is basically not the right way to kind of explain it, because a lot of people don't understand how that works and get it in their head that, you only get this number on the very last shot, which you do, but then the shot before that doesn't mean that it is in the previous chunk. No, it is just a tiny bit less than that, meaning that a lot of people underestimate how powerful Optimist can be, even though nowadays, of course, it's kind of outclassed by Killer and other things. Going on to Perfect Precision Strike, but by extension as well, the normal version. And that is where it says here, hitting an enemy within 20 meters will use all stacks to provide plus 35% amplified damage to enemies within 20 meters for 5 seconds. And the part we have kind of umbrage with is that this is will use all stacks, and then to provide its damage bonus. Will use all stacks. You can stack up to 2 stacks. Each kill outside of 20 meters gets you 1 stack. The description is kind of just vague, because it is actually each stack separately gives one of the, in this Perfect case, gives each stack is 35%. So you can get a total, if you have 2 kills outside of the range, when you trigger it within range, you don't get 35%, which basically from reading this is what I took away from it, and many with me, I feel. It isn't. You activate both stacks and you get 35%. So what they should say here, will use each stack, and each stack provides 35% amplified damage. Because saying it as the way that they're doing makes it sound as if you need both of these stacks, which you also don't. Even on one stack, you can trigger it and you get 35% for 5 seconds. Making it, a lot more of a powerful stack, especially with these two stacks with 7% amp. That's actually pretty strong. Of course, that still doesn't take away the major issue for Precision Strike, which is that it is just for 5 seconds. And that is the big issue with it. And that's why we go with other talents. Consistency kind of matters. And this one is very inconsistent because of that 5 seconds. But yeah, their wording is basically implying different things than actual outcome is. And it's kind of just bad wording with some of the newer talents as, it should basically read, we'll use each stack to provide that amount, basically. And then also up to 70% so that you just understand that this is for a stack, basically. And the verdict is misleading. Text should be reworked to say, we'll use all stacks each stacks provides. Talking about there. Going on to Brazen, and this one though we don't have the perfect between brackets because it's only on perfect Brazen for this one, and that is that in here it has an end text basically where after we have the same text but with just for 4 stack at 4 pellets, basically getting 4 stacks for the perfect version. It also goes on to say that a thing that the normal version doesn't have: killing an enemy will provide plus 8% amplified damage on the next shot. This implies, of course, like if we just outright read this, if we get a kill with the perfect version, we get an extra 8% amp on top. This is likely just a leftover from when this actually was 1% per stack and the total would be 8%. Because, what it actually is, there is no bonus for a kill shot. There is no extra bonus that you get from killing an enemy and then going on to another. This 8% is, as it is kind of talked about here, does not exist. But what it actually is, a kill shot will trigger a full stack on Brazen. So whenever you actually get a kill, even if you hit with just 1 pellet, which would normally not trigger Brazen, you still get the full 8 stack Brazen, basically. So as long as you make the full kill, you get a full stack, basically, all 8 stacks. And this is, though, as well, not unique to the perfect version, so it still wouldn't need this extra text if it was for the perfect version. But what it is likely left over from when Brazen was 8%. So back in the day, or at its initial conception, it was 8% for each stack, basically being 8% on total. And likely the perfect version was meant to only have that mechanic of when you get a kill shot, you get a full stack. The normal version has it as well. So this extra text just doesn't make sense here anyway, even if that was the case. Unless they meant it this way and they need to fix it that way. They need to actually change the mechanic, not the text. But the implication here just doesn't exist, the full implication, and this is just a full wrong text. Honestly, you could just drop this last part here and just make the normal and the perfect sound the same, and the big difference between them is actually just that pellet. How many pellets are required to hit to trigger it? Let's move on to our next section. I'm gonna cut it there. Read the year correctly. That's 13 minutes. It's not too bad for the entire weapon section. We're on 39 minutes. Let me catch up on for a second if I miss anything. No. You guys are attentively listening, I guess. And let's go on to the miscellaneous. Also, just for me, let's put a dot there because we're gonna round it to miscellaneous, or like shorten it to miscellaneous. It should have a period there. Let's go on into this one. Let's actually hit up in the game before we get kicked off the servers. Wait, so it's this one, encounter missing scavenger. Okay, it's only 5. We'll just go in one go. And then we have a few miscellaneous ones just to discuss here as well. We'll start here with a tooltip or a loading tip as we have it here. And this is one that often gets brought up when discussion about loot in Countdown happens. And that is that Countdown loot, a loading screen tip. And yeah, what it states is all the items found in Countdown have heroic quality. And this gets used quite often for people going like, oh no, challenging and heroic have the same loot, which they don't actually. We'll discuss that in a second. But yeah, what it actually is, each Countdown difficulty tier has corresponding quality of loot. For instance, consider normal and hard difficulty Countdown droppings purple. And this should be the real litmus test for this. This just doesn't hold up just by the virtue that normal and hard Countdown exists where we can get purples, where the loot drops are much worse. So at the very least, not all the items, because yeah, normal and hard also exist, even though we never use them really, right? But they do exist, and they do matter for this. And yeah, what this actually is, this is wrong text now. This wasn't wrong text when it was implemented, because this is outdated due to the addition of difficulty selection to Countdown. Countdown, when it came in, it only had one difficulty, a singular one, which was challenging. Challenging has around the same amount, the same numbers basically for drops as heroic, open world, heroic missions, and such as heroic Countdown itself has a little bit better drops. Overall, how they make the drops work with higher difficulties and such is that the minimum roll, so the smallest the bar can be basically, is set per difficulty level. And legendary, for instance, over heroic in the normal world, heroic has a set amount. Let's say if that is like 7 as a minimum roll for a stat, we won't say one specifically because I don't have specific numbers. I am considering at some point actually doing deep testing and getting some of these numbers maybe. But what we get then is that on legendary, for instance, then it'll be 8. The difference between challenging and heroic Countdown is much smaller than, for instance, a jump from heroic to legendary or any of the normal jumps from challenging to heroic or such from the open world. It is a very small difference, but there is a difference. And that, this getting repeated all over again, this was actually one of the impetuses for, for this guide. And the verdict is definitely this text kind of is wrong at this point. It wasn't when it was implemented. And yeah, this we have another one as well for from Countdown. Although this one, as we'll end up seeing, is not actually fully a wrong text. It's just misleading. But yeah, what it says is completing the third encounter results in extra rewards. So the third encounter would be the third activity. So we can of course do 2 activities and then unlock the main, which is usually what most people do, and then we go do the main. You could do that third activity. What you would get is, on any difficulty, 1 Countdown requisition. Because that's what it actually is well, there are extra rewards. And there are, this doesn't actually just say how much though. And that is that it will be 1 extra Countdown requisition that will go doubled to 2 when you extract, because it gets doubled, of course. If you do a successful extraction, that's actually a doubled amount of what you would get originally. So yeah, you get 2. 2 requisition on a run that, on challenging, if you get all the hunters, is 158 or 140. If you miss one of the hunters, it's 208 on heroic, which, the 158 on challenging would be a 160. 208 would become a 210, 2 more. For running to that extra objective and then doing it. Never really worth it. And it's kind of, it's just very much the verdict. Misleading. There are rewards, but not of commensurate value at all. There is no worth in doing them. Let's move on to one thing we'll see with side missions. Most people will not see these anymore unless you have a character set up for bounty cheesing, or you're doing the game again and just going through the main campaign and such. Because we have 2 side missions here, and both of them state at the end of it here that increases damage to elites. So yeah, well, this blueprint unlocks a muzzle that increases damage to elites. Players that have been around for a while will remember damage to elites. Year 1 had this. It got removed with WONI and Gear 2.0. The stat no longer exists. Actually, the stat got reused either for DTH or for DTOC. I don't actually remember what it got turned into, but yeah, basically they reconstituted the whole stat pool for something else. So it doesn't even just not exist anymore. It just completely got reworked into something else, and this stat could never really exist. And this is, of course, what they are, because what it actually is a crit chance mod nowadays and a headshot mod. And this is just outdated. This used to be true in year 1. This is for side missions that you only really see on when going through the game again. And honestly, if you don't pay too much attention, you would miss this completely. And you would get the blueprint and not, for instance, if you're actually new, not check what you actually get from that stat. So yeah, it's easy to miss, easy to forget, and it's very much outdated and was never updated after Gear 2.0 because they should have been and show the new stats. But a very minor one, just more as a piece of trivia. This next one, though, less so. This is where the new edition starts here. And one thing we forgot about to add in here, and this one is very simple. The third stat, damage to health on LMGs, or which we can put on LMGs, but we can put on any weapons. But sometimes we do use it on LMGs, especially, where it can be sometimes a decent choice. It states, here taken from the library, max 9.5%. And if you put it on a weapon, you see there stated 9.5%. If you actually go to your stat sheet afterwards, where DTH does get shown, damage to targets out of cover doesn't, but DTA and DTH do get shown on your stat screen there, you will notice that it's 10 DTH. And when we also calculate, and that's not just a fluke of the stat screen, if we actually try to get matching numbers with in-game, it is 10% DTH. This 9.5% is just plain wrong for some weird reason, and the actual increase is 10% over that bar. And yeah, this is just testable, and we can show that it's 10%. And this one then is just outright a wrong text. That 9.5 should not be there. This should be a full 10, and this has been there forever. And one that I definitely forgot. And right after we made the previous version, kind of went like, oh! Another one, this one though, as we'll kind of see at the end, isn't per se a wrong text. It's inconsistent. And that is that we have a stat called repair skill. And we get that on mods, we get that on gear, a lot of talents. We'll talk about repair skill. That is supposed to be actually what that stat is. Repair skill is, or well, repair skills actually, is the amount plus 20% to your repair skills. That's how that is likely meant to be worded. I can't, of course, speak for the devs, but then we have things like Safeguard and Reformation, which always had this already. They say it the other way around. They say, while at full armor increases total skill repair. They swapped the wording around. And as well here, skill repair. Now, originally with the game, we had talents like this and such, but most of it was repair skills. The only place that actually should be skill repair, so that is the amount that you repair a skill by, that's on the Artificer. And the Artificer, honestly, in my opinion, what it should be is that this is just inconsistent and it's leading to confusion, as so many people quite often ask, what's the difference between this one and this one? And that is that, yeah, all of them should be repair skills, and also including Descent, as we'll come to in a second, because yeah, skill repair should only be used for Artificer Hive. So the Artificer Hive has a stat where it repairs skills, so skill repair, percentage. There it should be that. Everywhere else, it should be repair skills, including some of these talents, which lead into this pool, because if this is the stat, like the on gear, this is the stat. So on talents, it should also be that amount, because this isn't, for instance, a different thing, or this doesn't actually go into, for instance, while repair skill does increase your skill repair on the Artificer, it isn't just onto that stat. It is, of course, going into repair skills. But then when Descent came out, and that is the egregious one, the entirety of Descent uses skill repair. Everything. So the skill repair that you get from your permanent upgrade or repair skills, which is the stat that you actually get, all of the ones you get from the permanent upgrades, from all of the talents, everything in Descent is skill repair, which kind of sucks. So they themselves kind of lost track on how this is supposed to be. And yeah, this is just super inconsistent. All of everything except for the artificer should be repair skills. The only one that should be skill repair should be the artificer. And then, we can have peace and prosperity in our times. But yeah, of course, this is just a minor thing. But it is very confusing for newer players. And the more we can get those away, the better. And yeah, thus we have reached the end of this guide as we link back to other things. And actually, for a game as old as Division, as we'll go into our conclusion here, this isn't too bad of a list. Because honestly, there are games that have much worse than this, especially through rebalancing and such, as we kind of had with, for instance, Strikers here. Strikers at some point was, I believe, total weapon damage. It no longer is anymore, so they should have rewarded it when it changed it. Things like Sledge, of course, that recently got changed, but then didn't. But then the text made it in. The change didn't make it in, but the text made it in. Those kind of things happen. As well, to kind of give speculation as to why some of these things don't get quickly fixed as much as we would want to, is that this text, of course, we go like, okay, they just, you just go in here, whenever this is filled in the game files, you just alter it, right, from this to whatever else it needs to be. The thing is then that in actuality, the actually is, is that then needs to be translated likely into dozens of languages. I don't know actually how many languages Division 2 is available in, but yeah, they would need to translate that. That is usually the bottleneck there. Everything that goes into the game needs to be translated and checked upon through all of the languages. And yeah, those kind of things can take a while, and that's also likely why they don't invest too much resources into doing such things. So likely this wrong guides will stay up to date for at least a little bit. Likely more so things getting added to it than things getting fixed off of it, which is kind of annoying, of course. But also, honestly, in the grand scheme of things, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 talents, weapons, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gear talents, and a few miscellaneous things. Honestly, that's not too bad of a track record. It is just, though, that you do need to know these things, and that's why this guide exists, and feel free to as well, yeah, and just whenever somebody accidentally says the wrong things or such. For instance, quite often people think that Pestilence will benefit from Strikers because it does say total weapon damage here, but it isn't. Feel free to, link them to this guy. And yeah, so we reached the end of this video. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And yeah, for future videos, we're going to go into that Umbra build showcase. And also, of course, we're going to have several other rambling talks coming on up. And the skill guide will also likely come out in following this one up in the future, shortly, actually. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. But for now, as always, have a good night. And that's for the video for those watching live. That's not for the live stream. 53 minutes. That's kind of fine. I'm happy enough with that.
Hostile control point identified.
So yeah, we got that one in the bag. Although that one likely will come out. Because one of the things was as well, I was kind of like thinking, will this come out before? Actually, I think it comes after, right? Yeah, it will come after the Q&A video, because I was actually, I don't know, let's take them back to the thing. Yeah, let me catch up here on chat. Let's actually first start chat up here. Indeed.
Automated external defibrillators.
Although you guys don't
detected
need to
on
be
hostiles.
quiet at all. I usually don't have chat
Entering safe
like
area.
in
Detected.
up
Nearby
usually when
location
I'm
guarded by
hitting the
hostiles.
record anyway, just because sometimes otherwise it can be distracting. But I'll catch up on it afterwards as we're kind of doing now. Yeah, let's put this character back here. And either old time as well. And indeed, hey dudes and dudettes. I hope everybody's enjoying their Friday here and is already 5 times XPing it up.
Greetings.
I don't have anything right here. Let's actually go do the other thing which the title says that I'm going to be doing, which is, let me actually put all these files in here. Let's go do our descent run. We have envy. We did a 40 yesterday. Went to 42 on second account, which I was meaning to get done. Although, well, I didn't per se want to. 40 wasn't the goal. 30 was the goal, just to get the patch, just to get the tier 2 patch, as that account has had all of the tier 2 patches so far. But now they also have a few tier 1 patches. I think 2 seasons ago and this season. And yeah, on this account already, we've gone to 50 already, so I have the tier 1 patch. I've also gotten the Nemesis patch already, so we've done all of the patches that I kind of want. Leaving only third account to kind of grind, as we still need a few reconstructed now. But actually, yeah, I'm going to go do the center. I'm just going to do it solo, because I haven't done a solo run in a while, and I just kind of want to do it that way. Also,
Combat simulation program.
I still have that thing
active.
open. There it is. Because yeah, yesterday we were kind of messing around with filling this in, which is a list of all of the how much the boss rooms and stuff are in. So yeah, I'm gonna have that open. Oh yeah, I forgot to look up actually what the other 51 run was. And yeah, we're not going for PB. Definitely that would take a little bit too long. Actually, have I unlocked all of the... I must have, right? Yeah. Because I did play around with Reanimated a bit. Yeah, let's just keep going. In this video, I mean, there would just be a series of dozens of videos and stuff for a game like World of Warcraft. Yeah.
Access denied.
That's actually
Activating shade
overall.
protocols. Entering combat simulation.
The more annoying thing is that there are a few wrong,
Combat
and that then
simulation
leads to,
program
you know,
activated.
you can't be sure. That's also the annoying thing when, like, some people get a bunch of things right and a bunch of things wrong, and then it's like, it's hard to trust them because you kind of need to verify everything. So yeah, none of those. Let's take the P416. You know what? I'm just gonna take the skip. I was gonna take the Seeker and just change it later, but let's go with this.
Entering new room.
It's never
Difficulty
okay.
rating.
Really
Easy.
bad. Yeah. It's kind of handy just to have the chat up, especially
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
for cross
Constructing hostile combatant.
cross chats, basically. Because I added it in basically once we started dual streaming to Twitch and YouTube. Also, yeah, so yesterday we did a 40, and the deep run of this usually revolves around agonize or incessant chatter. So I had incessant chatter, and because of that, I had unbound my reload key, and yeah, that did that did catch me out actually earlier today, as it always does. did forget to rebind that key. I remember actually before the stream going, oh yeah, I should rebind that key, and then completely forgetting. At least this time it wasn't in combat. And here we're just doing Nemesis run. That's all I want on this advance quickly.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Constructing hostile combatant.
I got this. You're gonna be dead.
That made me come all the way over there. Get out of here.
Reloading a drone.
No, you're not. Just
I'll get you.
stand up.
Console active.
Be a big boy. Yeah, damn it. It's funny how easy the scaling is. Hey, we got trauma already. How easy the scaling is solo in comparison to 4-man. Although the nice thing with 4-man as well is, yeah. People to rely on, people to watch your back.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant. Hostile construction initiated.
And it's been good to
This sucks. I can't see anything.
to do some deep descent runs and stuff. And also, yeah, I just collate some of those things because I had actually never looked at the boss rooms, how they scale and stuff. Like the thing was always, yeah, we kind of it's like one or two each but it turns out it's likely an number underneath that is with a decimal point, and it is getting rounded up and down and stuff, causing some issues or causing it to make, it looks pretty weird when we just look at the full list, but sometimes it just jumps around. And I wouldn't mind doing a few deep runs alongside with that thing open, and yeah, whenever we get boss rooms and stuff, to add those in with the extra boss, basically the random boss rooms, because there is definitely like a line that you can make, but the dots are not on the line; they're all like above and below. if you were to graph it out, which is a little odd.
Hostile construction initiated. Constructing hostile combatant.
Yeah. Also, yeah, deep runs just as well. Once you get like the 3 doors and stuff, it becomes pretty slow solo. That's also why 4 deep runs, yeah, honestly, I think I'm just gonna I'm gonna do one maybe with Rat solo to like 30 or something, just to I'll actually just do it with Envy. Because yeah, Rat actually works like really better in groups anyway. Because of Intimidate. My mind was going to Adrenaline Rush, but no, I need the other one. Thing we pair with it. Because Intimidate is only 25 meters, which is still pretty big, but for instance in a boss room like this, if I'm shooting across, you're not getting that. But if we're 4 people and every person has its own door, then 25 meters is perfectly fine.
Construction initiated. Hostiles constructing.
With Rats.
Hostile spawn.
But yeah, we'll likely do a deep run with Rats, and I might do a deep run solo with Envy, but likely a future one. Oh, we'll see. I'm kind of planning Saturday to maybe do a deep run, and oh well, that's tomorrow basically. Also this weekend, yeah, I don't have to work this weekend on the evening, which is kind of nice.
Take him out. Damn it! I'll get you for that. Here you go.
I'll be around the whole weekend. First boss is always the worst boss. Solo or in group, doesn't matter. They just take several mags. Always. That's weird. Don't make me come all the way out there. Yep. Hopefully we get agonizing. I might just take this. Hoping for agonizing, but or a plague. Either would have been fine. Because a chatter, we're not gonna trigger it well enough. Might as well just take that and just do a bunch of body shots. Today we do get an M249. I'm just gonna take it, even though I should have actually maybe checked if it was. I had a good skill. I was gonna check boss room, although actually I have the. This should be 22 if I inputted it correctly the last time. Just want to see 22. Yeah. Because we're not gonna do it because I don't need the currency and I just want Nemesis at loop 4. Although, yeah, we do need to get 2 more skills, so maybe I should extend it at some point. We'll see. Actually, if at loop 4 I don't have that second skill filled in, I might just extend it.
Easy.
On the other hand, we have
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
we have trauma
Hostile
and stuff, and
construction
we'll have damage
initiated.
enough, likely to just burn the Nemesis down. Let's take the full reload here.
Console active.
Took the full reload and then I swapped one. Yeah. That's a choice. It's weird when you're uncovering. Yeah. I know that with Rat is like pretty good. Also Slot. One of those things that saves Slot
Easy.
is Intimidate is just like it's more than most of
Hostile
the
construction initiated.
like multiple exotic talents combined.
Hostiles
Honestly.
constructing.
Because it is self-multiplicative, you even get 10
doors.
stacks and 10 stacks of a lot.
On my mark.
I should be doing body shots. And a little bit of that isn't actually that bad. The only downside of it is you lose it on a headshot. And quite often I do go for the head.
Console available. Supply station.
So you lose the
online.
ability to get damage from headshots anyway. Let's oh yeah, so far only 1 reroll, that's not too bad. I have a blitz rate already, which is pretty good. And we're getting good rooms.
Electrical hazard activated.
Because yeah, we're on 49% already.
Entering new
And we have
location.
1 more room after this.
Difficulty rating easy.
Like, I have the
Hostile
Nemesis
construction
pretty guaranteed.
initiated.
Could have likely even taken the boss room.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn.
And innovators. It's really like yeah. Although I would be surprised if it didn't lag a bunch anyway, because they also opened up Henley, which
Immediate
is a
medical
choice.
assistance needed.
What hit me there? Is there a rocket launcher lady? Oh, it was a grenade. Okay.
Console available.
I was a little bit closer than it needed to be there. I take a tier of unhinged, although actually this would be the same pool as let's take a tier of unhinged. Still be the same pool as Liberty, so it's not the greatest. So we're doing boilers. Spoilers, we're doing boilers. Wow, we're gonna enter with 56% into loop 3. It's way above
Hazard
average.
detected. Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
I'm still like so weirded out that they
Hostile
opened Canley.
combatant.
Like that's such a weird choice.
Hostile
Like they are
construction
aware of it,
initiated.
right? They must be. He's been reported so many times.
Console active.
Yeah, let me check here. Unplay the sender, so when we your way around, yeah. It's also not too hard to get to that point, honestly. There is a few things to know. One of the bigger ones is especially if you want to get to the Nemesis. So a lot of it is just knowing the game decently and, you know, knowing how to not die easily. There's a lot of people just stand in front of enemies and just unload and then just get murdered. And then they go like, the sand is short.
Hazard
It
activated.
isn't. They are.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating high value target.
The only really thing that you need to know on top is just the Nemesis and its skill system. So the Nemesis will copy whatever skills you have. So in this case, I have two empty slots. That means that if I had the Nemesis right now, he would have 2 random skills. And yeah, random skills can be deadly. Like Oxy can be deadly. Bomber drone, mortar, sniper turrets, like, you know. A lot of things can very easily kill you. And that makes it so that the best choices for the Nemesis, or the choices I will go for, is basically any of the stickies, any of the fireflies, and fire and foam cam. Because all of those are either easy to evade or not super deadly. All of the fireflies turn into blinder for the Nemesis because they don't do demolisher or burster. Because that wouldn't really work against players. So they just have blinder. Any of the stickies turn into that same sticky for them. All of them can be kind of evaded because they don't instantly explode the exploding one or such. The burn one can like stick to you, which can be annoying, but set you ablaze. But yeah, you just have to deal with that. And yeah, fire and foam. Foam is really good against them, but then fire is also pretty easy to avoid. It's still deadly, but it's also easy getting there, you know? And I'm gonna make a guide as well pretty soon for it. But there's already plenty of decent guides. Decent descent guides. There's plenty of descent guides and there's plenty of decent guides. But there are no decent descent. I should make that as guess I'm taking Burster. Because for instance here, Burster, not very useful. It's not going to help me get to the Nemesis. It's not going to help me with the Nemesis, but it's better than the Nemesis having an Oxy or something. This will at least be a blinder Firefly in their hands. I want a red. And I want the med pack. That's that one. And then there is things like this is a Nemesis run. I'm just making it as quickly to the Nemesis as I can, and that means doing the easiest rooms because we gain more heat from that. Less currency, but more heat.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
More hotness.
Hostile construction initiated. Console. Active.
That's one of those modes as well. You can jump in solo, and it works pretty well solo, so you can just get your feet wet that way. It's baffling. That's no, yeah, glitch for. Yeah, yeah. I'm super weird at that with it being open. I have no idea why. They opened up Kenley. A lot more cover. Honestly, I would say actually in Descent, one of the things that can be even more deadly than in the normal game. You'll likely see me do this here a lot as well. I use cover. I put things in between me and the enemy.
From highlighted doors.
Hard things. So not concealment, actual cover. But I don't use the cover system, so I like put myself like this. And the reason for that is I'm much less exposed. Also, much less is an interesting word choice for me. But basically, like if there's one enemy back there, I just wanna be only exposed to that guy, and then I peek out a little bit more, and now I'm gonna be just exposed to this gal.
Console. Active.
That's one of the core
Supply
things
station
of
online.
like, well, most shooters anyway. You want to be at most fighting one guy at a time. If you can avoid it. The issue is usually, quite often you can't. We're at 68% already, and we have 2 more rooms here. What? This is going to be 73?
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Medium.
If we get an easy room after this, we're basically guaranteed the Nemesis, even if we get 4 medium rooms in a row. Let me get you up here for a second. And hey there, Mark. As a Shay level rank up with the 5 times XP event, about 5 times as fast. Whatever you were doing before, you're getting 5 times as much of it
Hostile
now.
spawn from highlighted doors. Hostile construction initiated.
One thing to do though is sometimes blow up stuff like that if you're gonna take cover somewhere. But one of the things I do like about Descent is it just requires you to already kind of be either good at the game, or it asks you to become better at the game if you aren't already. And not that I'm good at the game or like great at the game, but I'm good enough. I say as I'm about to die. This would be where I wipe, right? Such arrogance.
Console. Active.
But it also teaches you how to be, like, it gives you what you would need for that as well. Do I take Sadist? I'm gonna take Sadist. Especially if I can get bleed rounds alongside of it, but it will be a higher increase than what we get lit rate for 1 stack
Entering
there.
new room.
Definitely, but
rating.
we need the bleed
Easy.
to also trigger it. Please send a guide to going down. Well, I'm likely gonna. Oh well, we could maybe do both. Indeed, well, we'll put that as maybe the video title, but I'm gonna call it a decent Descent guide. Oh, good. I'm looking at the door that even isn't marked as I'm kind of reading chat there. I'm still in yesterday's thinking where, yeah, we were like deep and we were 4 people and we were already on, all the doors are marked. But you guys, yeah, that door, as you may notice, is not really marked. No enemies were going to come out of that. Well, that was the door I was going for yesterday when we were in this room. I'm going to make this thing drop its load.
Console. Available. Let's take strained.
I'd blow up his air chase exactly. Down the middle to go. It's moving up. Yeah.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target. Hostiles constructing.
Game's being nice as well.
Hostile spawn from
Put
highlighted
both
doors.
of them here.
Hostile construction
This might not
initiated.
be the smartest place to set up, but that's fine.
I'm gonna.
I'm still kind of in the mindset from yesterday of just like I have way too much firepower, which kinda do, but I shouldn't be risking it. Alright, firebrand means it's a sniper. Still also a weird word or weird name for the sniper RC cars. I'll take the full reload here. For instance, again, we're gonna getting separation there just to shoot at one enemy and not the other being able to shoot at me. Oh shit, I should have been... Oh, this is... Was this loop 3? This one I already have. Does it... That's already... Yeah. I need to jot down actually what the boss rooms were. At least, yeah, four here will jot down. What other good reds exist? Which one am I missing? Oh yeah, Vigi. Have all the med packs. Now give me a good skill. That did not, in fact, give me a good skill. Because we can't replay it, so yeah. I'm just going to take the scanner pulse just to have the scanner pulse. Apparently. Not allowed to. Sometimes you have to get out of that menu and back in. Scanner pulse is going to be a random skill on the Nemesis. I'm at 80%. Well, no, the thing is, I might get... Although I could go harder. I'm fine, fuck it. Let's take boilers. Actually, we're going to take the mediums and get a little bit of extra currency out of it. Because we're at 80%, so
Entering new room.
I can pick all
Difficulty
mediums
rating.
and still get there.
Medium.
So likely we could have just taken that
Hostile
boss room
combatant.
even.
Hostile construction
I'm
initiated.
kind of also thinking of like, do I want to extend it by one loop just to get another skill choice? But I'll be fine. Oh, all the Nemesis will have is like one annoying skill to deal with. I'm just gonna run from it. And then generally with low cover, you can do the same what I'm doing here, just peeking out of a side. Did he go back there?
Console available.
Yeah, let's get our stand up.
Electrical hazard activated.
Could have
Room
fluorescent.
selected. Difficulty rating medium. Constructing
We should
hostile
spam
combatant.
that at the next
Hostiles constructing.
at the next dev stream.
Hostile spawn from highlighted.
When's the 20 times XP? To me, I'm kind of fine with 5 times. It's just it's also for 1,000 levels, which is just, and also in 3 days. Like what? Why are we doing it this way? I'll have more times 5 and then make it for like 100 levels and spread it over a few weekends and stuff. 2 rerolls is kind of annoying, but yeah. Got the unhinged out of it, so good enough. Oh, actually, I don't need a ammo or a medpack refill.
Room selected. Difficulty
But it would be
rating,
nice to
medium.
buy some special ammo here, or have the option at least to buy
Hostiles
special ammo
constructing.
here. And
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Constructing hostile
set up
combatant.
here. Pulse is actually kind of handy. This is not a good place to be. That's a worse place that she was at. Let's reload some of these. Where's this last thing?
Console active.
I know. Always smart to blow those things up if you have them. It's my last red as well. Checks the legendary content identity. Well. Oh, we have a. Could take the boss room and extend by 1. Nah. Might come back to bite me, and we might have to go again. Because it's very dangerous to give a random skill to the nemesis, but also I don't have like foam or something myself,
Difficulty rating medium.
which would be, you know, mitigate it a little bit at
Hostiles
least.
constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Hostile construction initiated.
If they get something that like murders me, then it would have been worth going 1 loop further, going like 8 minutes further instead of redoing a 30-minute run.
Console active.
But we'll find out in a second. We're risking it. We'll risk it for the biscuit. The hanging glass bill, looking at best in slot glass, unless your experience notice furnace give more damage increase. And 0, is that right? It shouldn't.
Activating poison gas simulation.
The
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
expertise
High
on
value
gear
target.
should only affect armor. That's what it
Hostile
should.
construction initiated. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Could actually try out this maybe. Definitely at its inception and also more recent. Although, well, if it was applying, because I have like mismatched amounts of like expertise, it would show up in damage calculations. So I don't think it will be. So maybe something else changed or. or such as well. Because I have gear expertise was applying, it were like I have strikers where sometimes it's completely ungraded, sometimes it's like everything's graded. Especially on second account, everything's kind of graded and it's hitting the same numbers as normal accounts, or like main account. This poison is annoying just for the sway that it. I'm gonna kill everything but the boss and then go for the boss. And a pulse actually is kind of handy. I was also looking for that one yesterday. If I got normal pulse, I would have taken it, but also didn't get that. Oh, those are named ones. Ooh, second exotic. Oh, actually, yeah. It's like agonizing, but what was the amount there? That's almost unreadable on that one. Why shouldn't it? What does it do after this? There. 14. Loop 4, 14. So add that to the list now. So, still missing loop 2. 2 exotics. Second with by loop 4. Maybe we go a little bit deeper. And I don't have really anything that skill tiers would help with here anyways. Thing is, if we go a little bit deeper, I'm gonna buy the yellow here. Now let's do that. I should have saved up some for. Actually, I didn't have good. Or shadow. I should have gotten hollow points there, man. Also for the blade, but wasn't paying attention. But it's fine. It's just only thing is one random skill.
Difficulty rating.
I'm good on damage. I have trauma. I have 4 armor packs, which is also important.
Difficulty.
Foam would have been nice or such, and not giving them a random skill would have been nice, but it's the price. It's what we get. Is what we get. That's kind of half the fun of Descent. Honestly, it's just like you don't get exactly what you're after. Alright, so that's their blinder firefly.
Hostile blinder firefly
I'm
detected.
just gonna take it.
System restored.
Before I even really like push them or anything, I need to know what their other skill is. So we're just gonna wait that out. Just gonna do this to them. Doesn't do anything, it'll just make a move there. Right, they're the blue. So for instance, that's one of those moments that a lot of people will just keep on shooting. Like the blind wore off, I stopped shooting. Like I'm not shooting when there isn't a blind down there. I'm actually curious what the other skill is as well. Because we can finish him off now. Just gonna wait for trauma to be back and then. Because I feel this is a thing that like a lot of players just apparently don't know how to do. Is just wait. Just sometimes you don't have to do anything. Because my trauma is back. I'm gonna wait for him to stand out in the open. That's all.
Simulation.
And we never found out what the other skill was.
Collating data.
Anyway, let's actually then, seeing as I got a second exotic, let's continue here a little bit. So actually, is the Nemesis always 36 as well, actually? So, wait. Because we got 36 there. Nemesis. Because I haven't actually paid attention if it's different for different loops. Seen 36 definitely before. Because let's maybe go to loop 9 and get all of the numbers for that, because those are the ones that I'm missing here. We missed 2 again. This country. But we'll try to pay attention and get 5, 6, and 9 in here. Because I'm missing those. Now it gives me a fire cam. Yeah, let's just take the fire cam. Except it doesn't want to let me. There. And the fire cam is pretty good, especially on these like lower loops against don't even use a med pack there. Against, yeah, let's just head this way. Against the doors here, especially.
New location. Difficulty
It
rating.
loses a little bit of its punch as we get higher, and it's more elites and stuff.
Hostile spawn from
But here,
highlighted
basically, it
doors.
takes care of a door by itself.
Hostile construction initiated.
Whatsoever.
Console online.
And having 2 exotic talents this early makes us pretty powerful.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy. Poison gas detected. Constructing hostile
That's
combatant. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Hopefully that catches everybody. And have a little OP here.
Console available. Supply station available.
Partially as well, we've gotten good talent picks and stuff. Yeah, we'll just keep this unhinged. Normally we would go alongside of vigilance, we would go critical. So we'd have obliterate, strain, surgical, and allegro. Those are kind of fixed, and then usually vigilance plus critical. I'll keep the 2 unhinged, but I'm not going to add to it because we're not going to have.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
We're
Easy.
not going to have. I'm not going to go that deep.
Hostile construction initiated. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
A few there.
Fucker died.
Console
Let me
online.
catch up here. Plus, I got the weird background on my hard characters. We've seen 5. Okay. Yeah, either character. Did you log into them maybe at the start or no? Because that's one way of like actually causing it, but it also seems to just happen by itself. Anyway.
Entering new room.
In glass build and a
Difficulty
furnace
rating
glove increases
easy.
function.
Steam hazard activated.
Adding. Wait. Gospel furnace glove increases the XP from. What's XP from? Increase. What's adding furnace gloves increases? Oh wait, did I read the last one wrong? I thought you meant the expertise on the. The expertise on the gloves themselves. No, you mean furnace should give less. Something. Well, it should give less because of the diminishing returns of that effect. Or well, yeah, the thing that you have to look at is the percentage between those, because the percentage is going to be smaller. But yeah, on the absolute values, yeah, the percentage is what you have to look at. So if you percentage up those numbers, because the 8650 divided by 10, 4, 13, because yeah, no, actually, yes, in the way that you're having it there, that yes, that works like that. But then the percentage increase is actually the important part, because you got to remember that all of the multipliers are interacting with each other. So even though that weapon damage goes up, it gives diminishing return in percentage. In absolute values, it gives more. So because that first one is 4.34, 4.34, remember that. The other one is 11590 divided by 11370 is 4.0. So in percentages, it's less. Because we usually look at things in percentage, because in absolute values, it doesn't mean much, because, you know, getting 4K more on this is not,
Hostile construction.
you know, if you're doing 2K and you get 4K more, you've tripled your damage. If you are doing 1 million per shot and you do 2K more, it doesn't matter much. But I misread the original one. I thought you meant the expertise on the gloves went up. But no, you mean like Fenris, Wit, and FAMAS, that is 0 and 16, right? But yeah, in absolute values, it does go up, but not in percentage. And what we care about mostly is percentage, because. And in percentage, yeah, it should be less, and that's just due to the additive nature of those two together. Oh, yeah, I need to write this down. 15. Tried actually looking for if somebody had done this. I couldn't per se find it, but also looking for descent stuff is kind of hard sometimes. People don't just discuss it in a lot of places. Just because of how anti-descent some other people's are. So generally, like Reddit and stuff, just barely anybody like discusses it there, just because of whenever you bring it up, there's basically one asshole that just comes in and goes like, "The shit sucks." It's just like, yeah, no, but we're discussing stuff here. It doesn't to us. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Don't be disappointed in us not caring. He's from behind. I need to take out his nose. Suppress him for a second. This orient there almost got me. I should miss my pulse already. Thank you for that. Easy kill there, mister. Where's this medic? Oh, well, did I get the medic? Alright. was the other one? Oh, there was 2 there. Was the first thing I logged into. Yeah, so that's the thing you should not do. It seems to calculate the times XP on the first character that you kind of log into. Logging into a character that isn't level 40, like, you know, some people have their mules and stuff like that. So a sub 40 character that doesn't have the watch, logging into a character like hardcore, it will calculate how much XP you're supposed to get from that. Which means that, yeah, it gets it basically. The hardcore will now be, because that's the reason as well, the other way around, that it works infinitely for the hard. It's not infinite for the hardcore. It's the hardcore would get up to what your main would be. It basically calculates like, okay, you should be getting, you know, like if it's like 1,000 levels, it's going like, okay, you have now this much XP, you should have this much XP, and that's the bonus amount. But then when you do the hardcore and you're like, you know, 2K on your main and you're 1K, or well, you're like, you know, level 1 on the hardcore, now that bar moves that way, right? But this still stays. But when you log into the hardcore, that's going to be like, you know, the point is now back here, and your main is 40. So it's way behind. You need to, yeah, that is just one of those things that well, they should fix, but also is avoidable. So now that you know, for in the future. Actually, I should get up something blue, but I don't want this SMG. Let's just take that. I know what, let's take printing lab. So 6 we also need. I need to remember when we reach the boss room. So we'll go up to 9.
Selected. Difficulty rating.
The boss room of 9. And at least I have like that filled in here. And maybe we'll get some boss rooms along the way.
From highlighted doors.
Jotting down their numbers.
Hostile construction initiated.
Oh yeah, Liz loop 6. Solo on loop 6 is when you get the double wave. There's also but yeah, we don't get 3 doors, I think, until 16, right? Or is it 17 even? Or is it 11? Do we get 11? That's 2 doors. Let's actually maybe go to 11, remind myself which one it was. If we make it that far. Should get preservation. One of the things I don't have here yet is kind of playing like I'm on deeper loops where we would have preservation already. This is kind of dangerous. I'm kind of shooting towards a barrel there.
Console active.
He used up a lot of ammo there. Or did I not pick up ammo? That might be it too. That's at 92. That's not very, no. Yeah, but it still kind of sucks, right? We're intending to use it. But now you know for future ones.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium.
And they're amazing blur.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawned from highlighted doors.
And I should be using
Hostile
the tools I have at my
initiated.
disposal. Also, I'm going into... Oh, yeah. Remember that part where I said it's 2 waves? I totally remember.
Console
Yeah.
online. Supply station activated.
Don't mind getting some optimized later. I'll just buy a little bit of special ammo. You know what? Let's just grab an AR refill here. Let's just take that.
Room selected. Difficulty rating, easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn.
She shouldn't do
from
it as
highlighted
early as
doors.
I'm doing this. It might dissipate, but that should be
Constructing
fine. Right?
hostile combatant.
I'm just gonna shoot at him. One of the things I always love is how many people actually go like, cleaner rushers, they're so hard to deal with. Like, these guys, really? These guys? Like, how many hits do I even need to take from them? But the thing is, the easy part is you just shoot them there.
Console available.
I feel like just, you know, their feet are exposed. This should be obvious, but it isn't obvious to everybody. But the amount of people that kind of I've seen be very vocal about, especially cleaner rushers, is just. Like, yeah, they can be annoying, definitely, if they're kind of, but yeah, kind of like that. You just kite them around while you're taking care of everything else.
Hostile combatant. Hostile
The
construction.
downside is, of course, yeah, if the open, like there, I'd already taken care of other enemies, and I was going for certain enemies afterwards. So me standing out in the open wasn't a danger because there wasn't much left to shoot me while I was out in the open, but... Oh.
Serious trauma detected.
That might get me.
Agent killed.
No, I killed myself. Wait, was that? No, what? I got shot there, right? While I was peeking. But that's fine as well. We needed just the nemesis. We'll get a deep run in and get those numbers in. There, I got too confident. That's the price you pay. But also, yeah, I blew up that gas can next to me. And that's the reason we blow them up when going in. Like, I shouldn't have been in the position I was in. Still likely that... How long was the nemesis one? It was 30, right? So the nemesis part of it was quick. Anyway, let's take it back at...
Facility detected. Combat simulation program active.
Okay, I got the thing I wanted. 19 caches. 5 times XP is just silly. That is... Why? How much NSA tech am I up to now? 22k. So we can buy a decent amount of exotic caches if we needed to. So what am I on actually? PvP setup. Let's look at our key chest. We always do this after a nemesis run or descent, basically. Just go get that one. It's tradition. Killing hyena rushers during this event. How do you mean? Just in general? Or just with Headhunter, you mean? One of the things you can do is just, well, first of all, if you, yeah, I'm guessing with determined is the thing, right? Like hyenas are just annoying for that. One thing you can do is instead of making it 2 shots for yourself, just make it 1 shot for yourself by just swapping to a different weapon and back, or like swapping to a different weapon and using up Headhunter that way, and just body shotting them once, and instead of doing 2 shots, taking their helmet off in 1 shot and then doing a second headshot. Instead of that, make it just 1 shot and drop them and then get a headshot again to get going on something else. But outside of that, with just a normal Headhunter setup, yeah, you just have to deal with it. Helmets are just the only weakness you have to deal with. Especially against hyenas, you could just run normal setups, like not Headhunter setups. Because this event is also still pretty good, even if you're not Headhuntering, because headshots just do more damage. The other way is going with a turret drone hybrid setup or something. Like I kind of like that for this event for those people, for hyenas and for True Suns, which have helmets. But then you have the turret and drone to deal with rushers, basically. But it's maybe overkill for for just this event. And a much simpler answer is unless really needed, just don't go up against them. Just go up against cleaners, go up against outcasts, and there you can one tap everything with determined anyway.
Good to see you.
See if we have any keepers here. Not really. We have a few detox weapons there, but nothing worth keeping. And do I want to do anything else on this account? Yeah, let's quickly get, because I've saved my SHT requisitions for today. Well, actually, I don't even really want to. No, let's get these in. Get 5 levels out of them each. More, it's an extra exotic cache for the event, so we'll do it for that.
Pleasure to see you. Good trading with you, Agent.
So let's go through the characters here, and then I'm actually gonna... We're gonna swap to third accounts, because I don't want to level much with the 5 times XPs at all on main account, really. On any of the characters I really actually care about, like main account and second account. The normal core characters, the ones I'm kind of more okay with it is more the hardcores. I might go to third accounts hardcore for the rest of this stream. Just making sure I have reanimated active there before we get the 5 stars for it. It's so painful, is it? I kind of like it.
Greetings.
Honestly, Descent is one of the few places that I feel the game is kind of in a much more pure form, almost. Like,
That was a good deal.
I feel it's kind of hard to like the gunplay of the game and like dislike Descent, honestly. This is just more of the game, and then just a lot of like the gearing and stuff is much more randomized. You're also kind of random chance in there, so you're not always on the same. You know, there, for instance, yeah, going up against a Nemesis, I didn't have like some of the tools I would love to have. But that's oftentimes as well in the normal game, like
Automated external
a lot of things, we know, like
hostiles.
rogues and stuff and hunters and like open world or missions and stuff, but they don't matter much because we know how to deal with them. You know, we grab a Scorpio, we grab some foam, we grab shock traps against hunters and stuff like that, and just easily deal with them. There, we're forced to
Pleasure to see you.
not have those tools, right? To be there, basically. And as well, it's one of the few places where actually death means something. So,
Looking to deal?
because I would have liked to go further there, but yeah, I made basically 2 mistakes in a row and paid the price. And I can actually enjoy that about that mode. Like, you're actually, you know, I don't have that feeling in Counter. Of like, this might go wrong and it might actually be annoying. Yeah, let's go to the 4th character here. Get that one, and then we'll park basically main account for the rest of the 5 times XP. What are we running today? We're gonna in a second go, and we did some recording. We did a descent. Got my.
Automated external
Oh, I forgot to
defibrillators have
actually.
been deployed
Wouldn't mind
by
listening to that. We'll
hostiles.
go back to character 1 in a second, actually,
Entering safe area.
and actually listen to the comm because I forgot. Anyway, we're gonna descent in a second. We're gonna go to hardcore on 3rd account and kind of set up there. And but here first, I'm getting my SHE requisitions. I saved them for here
Pleasure to see you.
because instead of 1 level, we get 5 if you save them for today.
That was
I'm also doing it for the stars. Although I could just grind stars, of course, for this as well. Yeah, let's go to character 1. Quickly listen to that descent comm because I forgot. Yeah, so. Oh yeah, but that's kind of the point of it, right? Just don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles. Safe area detected.
Yeah. Collectibles, scams. That's that. This. Bishop.
You put Bishop in charge of supplies?
Yes, he's trustworthy and loyal.
He's a fanboy.
Loyal.
I think he has a crush on you.
Don't be ridiculous.
I don't think he wants to fuck you, but he is definitely in love with who he thinks you are.
What can I say? I guess I'm a charismatic leader after all.
Are you trying to build a cult?
A community. But there's a fine line between community and cult.
And it doesn't hurt to have an acolyte to spread the gospel of Keener.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do like how silly Keener kind of is. As evil and maniacal as he is, and how much as he deserves the murder that we're gonna instill on him, hopefully at some point in the future. He's charismatic. Yeah, let's go to 30 count as we'll quit out here. And then on there, we'll spend a little time on the hardcore. I'm checking if crosses him. I haven't, pretty sure, I haven't seen him yet today. I think also he mentioned not being available today, because we were kind of planning on when we were gonna do a deep run. I'm pretty sure he was talking about not being available on Friday. Almost forgot what email the 3rd account is even on. Pre-order Assassin's Creed Shadows. Yeah. How about you just launch my game? And don't bother me with those things. What would be blessed level up my new character? If you mean leveling through the story and stuff, that doesn't apply there unless it is for a character that is already at level 40. But yeah, the 5 times XP is in the season track, and the season track isn't available until you reach level 40. So it isn't for watch alts or just leveling through the main game. Because that would be kind of annoying for actually people that are, just bought the game and then suddenly they're at end game in like doing 2 missions and you don't know what's happening. So yeah, it's only available at the true end game. And yeah, we're back on Nokia. Did I break audio? Not sure, but I'm just going to do the fix. Which is just to change input sources and back. Yeah, let's log in. So yeah, the thing you want to do is not log in on the hardcore or on any character that isn't like your main SHD, or well, unless your hardcore is higher than your normal, because it calculates it off this. So we're gonna log into this one just so it calculates how much XP we're gonna get off of this, and then we're gonna go to the hardcore after. Well, actually over here as well, let's quickly get our caches because I set up this account as well to be
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed.
ready
Hostiles.
to.
Safe
Actually,
area
that text, Isaac saying that means reanimated is on. So. Because actually, I think on this account, I don't actually think I have a hotshot already set up. But that won't be too hard to kind of...
Good trading with you, Agent.
Because I'm pretty sure, yeah, definitely on account 2's hardcore, we have hotshot already set up and ready to go. Yeah, let's go to the watch alts of this. Although actually we have one watch alt now, so I'm actually doing a thing with this one now. I'm going to keep this character at 31 to grab stuff from vendors and such when we get the chance. And also they'll go and get the rewards from Danny and stuff every time. So and then I'm keeping just one watch alt, and then we have a hardcore. So. Damn it, guessing that was your plan then. Yeah. No, you can't use the 5 times for anything except SHD leveling. Because also, yeah, it doesn't apply to DZ as well, actually, as somebody earlier was asking. Oh, well, this does apply to levels that you're getting while in the XP SHD levels, but not to the DZ XP.
Agent,
At least the
priority
2 times
objective
never
available.
was. So,
I've got the
by extension. But it might actually be different, but I feel if it was applying to... Although the thing is as well, DZXP, like, nobody cares. Like, it's so easy to get 50 anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's turn on the global event first, so we get 5
Automated
stars.
external defibrillators detected on hostiles.
I don't know which question. If I have a daily project to complete a mission, can I complete it if it's invaded, or do I need to swap to replay mode? It can be on either. So when it's just a mission or something, it can be in either way. And this even
Just
holds...
received a distress call from New York. There's been
Oh.
an attack on the division, and they requested.
Oh, this
immediate
character has
support.
never done Woni.
Meet me on the White House South Lawn. There's a
I'm like, wait,
helicopter.
why is
prepped
this
for us.
voice line playing?
We
that?
need to leave now.
But yeah, this character has never been to Woni. We've done the DZ method with them. Even though as well nowadays, even with the invaded method in group settings, I would still also not do. Let's go to the hardcore now. Because one of the interesting things was as well, even with the recent, when we had the winter projects, it like specifically said, don't do it in the indoor well. That like, It didn't say it in the text. It would just say the mission, but like it would say like Grand Washington or something. But then if you like hovered over it and set it to invade it, it would actually say, you know, set it to normal mode to get the time trial thing. But actually invade it still worked. You wouldn't get the timer, but and in most ways, unless it's but that's of course a different thing. Like when it's specifying a specific faction or something, then yeah. But it doesn't do that ever for missions anyway. So you're free and clear. That's not a noobish question at all. A lot of people even much further likely either say it wrong or don't even know. Oh yeah, let's pop all this. And then let's see about setting up something headhunter-y maybe for this character.
Good to be seeing you.
I'm kind of looking at some of the items. On hardcore here, of course, I'm actually unsure how well stocked I am here even on things. I have a bunch of the blueprints anyway available, so just deconstruct some of that. Do I have? I do in fact not have a white death. Do I have the blueprint for white death? I do have the blueprint for white death. Because also, yeah, what do I go with? Because we could also... Thing is, I'm not going to farm for harvest here, of course. I don't per se have a D50 or 586 or something like that here. I can craft 586. Or 686, specifically. But I think we just go with a headshot variant. Still annoying that how close ongoing and and man, I have a bunch of mess in there. How close ongoing and hotshot are in their thing, in their icon at least. Okay, I don't have hotshot parts, but I do have likely hotshot parts to craft with. Well, is it anywhere on the map? Because we could just do that. Because else as well here. We don't per se need hotshot determined. Ooh, gear mods here. Oh yeah, I'm actually not gonna farm much. Because also this evening likely I haven't fully decided, but I think we're just gonna do Division 1 for the duration of the 5 times. I might only just come back into this third account where I don't care about the levels too much and just do a deep run of Descent because I do care about Descent. Let me catch up here as well. And good morning there, Hulk. Hulk smash. One question. I will farm some exotic elements, catharsis, mementos. Sure, guys, best to run countdown for this with targeted loot or summit or something. Overall countdown, yeah, as Skyra said there. The thing with countdown is as well that you get the resources and you can buy exotic caches from the vendor over there alongside of it. So with your targeted and then also this, countdown becomes a little bit better than any other real source. Because the open world and stuff overall can drop some of them. Some of them as well are at least not from the list that you listed. No, so things like Catharsis will come to in a second, but for instance, yeah, Capacitor or something, or Chatterbox have, of course, other sources as well, like Countdown, where you get, or a Summit, where you get your first capacitor, basically, for very easily and such. Another as well, the priority objectives are pretty okay now as well. Because, yeah, you can just do a bunch of these priority objectives. And especially hopefully get exotics for them. Anyways, items looking like get elements of beginner or something, legendary modes or something. I think I need. Yeah, and indeed, Bighorn is legendary. There are some items that are raid and DZ ones, and the easy place to find them is in here. Because I do have a guide for that. I'll put the exotic one in the YouTube one as well. On that one, it has basically 2 graphics, because Catharsis as well. Catharsis, you can't actually target farm, but you can get it from exotic caches. Basically, you need to have the blueprint, and to have the blueprint, you need to have already one for it to be in target loot, but that's specifically target loot. But that's the easiest way to farm for it as well, of course. But it isn't in target loot, but it is just available from exotic caches and just full random drops and stuff like that. Which is kind of odd, but it is the way that it is. But yeah, this has kind of the thing there. And then, yeah, the weapons on the right are not in target loot system on there. There's no longer any gear that is not in target. But yeah, I can go to that guide and yeah. And there's also a named item version for where those come from as well in there. Or well, that's the other link. What's I gonna do? Don't want to per se do a countdown unless I already turn this on, maybe. So let me get you. And regular set enter. Harvester has been great for this one. Yeah, I've been using that pistol build as well a lot. I've been using the high-end, the Headhunter Tech Tank a lot. I've been enjoying that one the most. It just makes it super easy. And it has enough killing power as well, too. But for this, for ease of use, actually, yeah, let's see if I have some of the parts for it.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by
I have
hostiles.
a usable Overlord chest there. Because also we could just make something just... The thing is, you don't... Like, basically anything will work here. But seeing as I have the gear... Actually, I should check if I have the chain killer as well. I'll go with that one for now. Hopefully I do have chain killer. So it's gonna suck if I don't. I don't. Because yeah, when the talent is fixed, that helps a lot. That will make it a lot easier to make that work. It's been on the vendors a few times as well. I could go with this chest instead and go maybe a rifle setup. Oh, actually, no, that's what I should. Although that might take a lot of crafting though. How much of this do I have stored up? Also not that much. Let's see if we can get one close enough. That'll be close enough. Question is more, do I want to just risk this on hardcore? Honestly, I wouldn't mind losing a hardcore character. and trying again. Yes, that's right. Oh yeah, actually it could be on current vendors even. But the thing is, actually, I should go with Habsburg for... I think that was last week. Yeah, it's at least not on... Oh, I don't know. Actually, it is. It is up there. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's why I don't remember it. It's what's like shitty stuff. Yeah, let's go with Habsburg instead though. Because actually, in this case, I wanted blue cores anyway. Kind of looking as well as how much time I have left. Because it might not be worth it to actually, really try for it, but no, a bunt headshot. Because if I have either headhunter or headshot on one of these, we're keeping the core blue. That's one of the things I already know works from using it last time with hardcores as well, and on reanimated is you can go just all blue core hotshot basically, And that also means that, yeah, you can very easily grab the Habsburg pieces. I might hang on to this backpack just for maybe other uses. That gift can stay. We'll put head under there. This one already has vigilance. We'll put headshot here. We're not even going to optimize it for now. I might not have enough wires here, is the annoying thing. Because what we need is headshots. As a stat, which is a 1 in 12. Although likely, no, it's more than a 1 in 12. It's a red core, so it's going to run with a red stat more often than not. But let's see if we can get that. Otherwise as well, I can always jump into a countdown as hardcore with normal characters. Doesn't wanna. Gimme. Just being a bitch. That's, come on. This is kind of good enough. Because honestly, the only thing I really need out of this is the 4-piece bonus. Actually, no, that's headshot. Two down. It's giving me all blues and yellows. Okay. Give me my headshot. All I want. And resource-wise, only currency is kind of a thing, but also currency at this point as well no longer really is a thing because I can spend watch points for the currency. All of the other resources are account shared, so we're just using the normal watch alts for all of the other resources. The only one is currency, just the credits to craft. And that can be annoying at the start, but kind of once you're getting going and you have some watch points, the only thing I need to spend watch points on the hardcore is currency, because we can get SHE requisitions, field recons, all the other resources and stuff from account sharing. And we just dump some watch alt points into that. And worst case as well, I can go do a few bounties, get some currency that way. Okay. So we have 4 pieces. Let's record them to blue. What? They have no headshot mods. Is that actually the case? No. They have 1 headshot. What? Why do they have not have headshot mods? What? Hopefully there's some on the vendors. Yes. Even a 5 is kind of like better than nothing. And the answer is likely I just haven't cared yet about getting those. Hopefully the vendor site has been updated by now. I mean, it's Friday. It must be, right? Let's see if there's any headshot mods there. Oh yeah, let's check actually. Vendor. Let me take you guys along with me. I should link this in the chat as well for those that aren't familiar with it. Ruben Alamina, as is the name up there. This guy has been doing vendor resets all the way since Division 1. And he's been keeping this site going. And it's been updated 24/1. So yeah, today. Let's go and find Hedge. Although actually this is of course a stat that pops up a lot, but we're gonna scroll down to mods, and there's a headshot mod on the White House vendor. Okay, that's nice. That's also the only headshot mod. So. But yeah, it's kind of nice for stuff like that. Not that we would generally like, you don't need it too much, but it can be especially handy as, you know, if you're getting Lengmo parts for crafting or Habsburg parts for crafting. Then you can just check on that.
I've got it. Come take a look.
Is this higher than what I have already? Actually, what was in this?
I appreciate the business.
7.7. So it's pretty low, but it's still better than nothing. I'm gonna get rid of that last one. Okay. The death who is white. What was the actual White Death based on, or the was he Finnish or was Finnish, right? Not Swedish. At least the headshot on this is always full. I'm gonna go for a detox one, and I might just later on optimize it. But for now, we'll just take it as a. Should go grab marksman. Without any skins for it, of course. Now let's actually deconstruct all the other things we have in our inventory. Let's get that out of here. Let's go grab marksman.
Hey, agent, take a look over here.
What was that noise? That was the keys dropping from the hunters. Because I haven't logged into this character since. Oh, actually, we need to level up sharpshooter anyway. So hey, we're gonna get that all together with this. No, that doesn't get us much in points, does it? Would be nice if it showed actually how many points each thing costs. Is it we do need the ammo? Or we do want to have the ammo? Well, we're gonna go level this up anyway, right? So for now that's kind of fine. I do want actually I'm not gonna take the scope, am I? So yeah, we don't even need this. I'm not gonna scope. I'm gonna do it the cheesy way. Gotta have the stability. I would love to have the recon drone as well inside. Yeah, let's get this.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
Let's get this. Somewhat harder hitting pistol as well here. As well have the speed detox as well. I'll take the hit in time that I would take. Again, 1 in 12, but sometimes the game, of course. Although, well, we haven't made 12. So we can't complain yet. And even though I could, of course, go and farm the harvest, I'm not going to do so on hardcore where it could disappear very easily. Well, the first two words are right. Damage 2. We just need the rest of it to say targets out of cover. Or we got that right. That works. Actually, I should have actually looked for that. Was there any other determinants? No. Was there? Oh, that works there. Does this character just not have the weapon handling mod? Is that what's going on there? Anyway, we'll create new. Let's actually rename this as well right away. So this is HS. Oh, okay. Yeah, so let's, because that's the mod I usually put on that slot, so let's make that actually. Alright, let's actually equip that pistol as well. Because weapon handling also feeds into reload, so much rather just have as fast of a reload than that. We'll keep the Scorpio as a secondary, that's just our oh shit button.
Sorry, I'm out of supplies, but you're welcome to.
We'll sell the rest.
That's filled
We
my
keep a little bit of our credits, although we don't need that much anyway. How are we stat-wise? 274. That's going to be more than enough. Even though literally everything is like, the stats are right. We have the right stats. We don't have them in the right amounts, per se. This should do more than well now. Let's put in here that almond. Let's actually change the scope as well. What do I even go here with? I feel like it's just the weapon handling again as well, even though could take accuracy as well. It's like weapon handling. There we go. Shield makes 0 sense. For now, we'll make that. Shouldn't take pulse. I'll take foam, just in case. Once we get the drone, that'll become drone. The spotting drone, but for now. Yeah, let's set up our world. Heroic. I'm not gonna take Fog of War until I have the drone. Norwegian doesn't matter, Pistoler doesn't matter, special ammo kinda matters, but let's leave that off for a second until we kinda have a feel for this build. Let's see, we're gonna go up against the Outcast, so flame rounds. Yeah. Can hurt. Oh, I should have ran out there to not have this loading screen. And then once we have the drone as well, the Fog of War is not too big of an issue. Let's go up against some Outcasts somewhere. Oh no. It's gonna be the Elite Warhound Convoy. It might be spotted just so it goes away. I would actually like that zone the most. Let's go deal with here. The only downside is it might also be a named group there. Because that spot has often named groups. Or well, it's a spot named groups can spawn. We haven't dealt with any yet. I could go actually somewhere else and deal with a named group and then just put them on cooldown. But I think we'll be fine. And yeah, we have no ammo. One thing I could do is just sit in cover here for a bunch of time to get some ammo from
Agent, since you're near Navy Hill,
sharpshooter.
perhaps you'd like to solve that riddle.
The other option
Framed
is
Guardian never bears a grudge against
to make,
others.
first you have to say, shut up, Manny.
Transmission source detected.
And you
Signal
go
is
up
emitting
to
from
here
somewhere
and grab
inside
the
the
special ammo.
observatory.
As if you grab special ammo, it also comes with 30 rounds of normal ammo, basically. And then from here on out, once we're kind of in cover and such, we'll just regenerate ammo continuously anyway. For a second there, I thought this was like a hyena shield. Like in the corner of my eye. Oh, it's doing the mystery sound. Oh, it thinks I'm in the side mission, so it's not spawning correctly here. These guys are not showing up because of that. I'm just gonna kind of despawn it. Or get out of the mission area, basically. That will respawn them. And hopefully if I go back in, I don't think the trigger is this far out, so could be fine here now. Anybody home? Yeah, this time everybody's home. I'm actually gonna drop a purple. Okay, that was 10 mil, so we can even start on an elite if we want to. I'm of course just gonna wait a little bit. I'm gonna take his helmet off. Even without vigilance, that was 8. It would be nice if I could see my allies' health bar instead of search the observatory.
Experimental AEDs detected.
Okay. Now, one guy will be fine here. Because it's basically a mini game of shooting targets far enough away from our allies so that the cloud doesn't get them. After moving, we need to wait for a second before taking a shot, because otherwise we're not accurate at all. One of them is gonna get back up, but he's in the cloud. He should not survive. There we go. And let's talk to our rescued hostage. And I take the bounty. I'll kill the other one.
Look around, people!
Actually, I should pick up all the loot and just sell it. That's not that I need that much currency anymore. And also, like, oh, I have even 30 pence, 30 points saved up. Yeah, we're not gonna per se go do any of those. They spawn downstairs here. This isn't something I want to go for. Let's go get this, actually. Because actually, yeah, this account is set up for bounty cheesing. I would want to. One thing we need to watch out for, and that's one of the ways I lost a hardcore at some point, is that if they're getting hit by the cloud and I get downed, and they're still getting hit by the cloud, they take that as damage coming from me. So while I'm just downed and getting revived by my hive, they might actually kill me, which is one of the ways I lost the hardcore ones. So I kind of know that. That also means that I'm just going to avoid getting downed as much as possible. I can't rely, like my hive being there doesn't per se guarantee me survival. Sorry, RPG. It's raining, so they have a hard time spotting me now. I'm also gonna just murder that one and then push in. As long as they're far enough
Detecting
away
additional
from my
hostile
allies.
contacts.
And as well for most of them, because they can take damage from one. I kind of like that minigame actually. You just like you have to try to get the enemies outside of the range of your allies. And I'm also doing a thing here, which I usually put a scope on these, partially because also I feel it's a little bit too cheesy doing it the way we're kind of doing it here, scopeless. Because it's much more about, like, when I aim, if my reticule goes red, I shoot. Instead of, in the scope you don't have that at least. Although nowadays you also do, because you'll get, you have the range thing, of course. Let's actually go discover a few of these question marks.
Hostile control point nearby.
Even though I generally will not go for that question mark because I don't have the Ultimate Edition with the, or well, I don't have the classified. And yeah, going that route as well. I haven't generated much ammo yet. I should be in cover more, which happens much more when we're, anyway, snitch here.
This is where you.
Which happens much more when I'm doing control points and stuff here with activities, not just in there that much. Could use some of this. Some of these resources. Let's grab that. Yeah, let's go to that question mark just so we know also what it is. Because actually that spot can be multiple things, as we know. But which one is it right now? Because mostly as well, if I can, I want to go for Publix. I should have just left this guy. Not sure what I should do. Is that better? Let's start controlling the distance. Broken his chest. Let's see if I can get his mask off in time. Oh, I forgot to grab the shotguns actually. Oh, there's a named group there. That's what they're fighting and fighting there. I like we're gonna finish him off before I even get the chance there. 2 rounds. I have more than 2 rounds. I really can't see anything. This would be a spot where spotting drone would be kind of nice. That's a mini tank. There we go.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, hi.
Access detected. Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm just gonna get out of there first. I didn't see that guy creeping up on me. I'm just gonna get distance. You know what? We're just gonna play it safe. You get distance. I'm gonna get a heal.
Identified.
And I'm gonna get that, and then back in business. The issue is as well, yeah, I'm gonna be out of ammo. Yeah, what I might do, let's just slow this down. That's what I get for not grabbing ammo when we could. He's just gonna get disinterested in a second.
I don't see him.
I got pistol him, but also have determined already active here. So I'm just gonna wait for 20 seconds. magically ammo gets put in my pockets. I suddenly realize, oh yeah, I have these 5 rounds in my back pocket. I'm not sure if it persists through cover to cover, but then afterwards is also every 5 seconds we regenerate somehow. So one thing you can do is actually so in like somewhat safer spots where like, you know, you can go into cover in like safe capture control points or something, and you can just sit there and generate ammo. Here we'll generate a little bit more. That's just from sharpshooter. Actually, yeah, I don't know actually if it persists if I cover to cover. Because yeah, we got one there. Let's cover to cover. Let's see if we get another one here. In 5 seconds. Nah, that's already way longer. Yeah. So that resets it. That's actually good to know. We'll hold on to bench strength. And yeah, these guys are kind of blind when it comes to rain. Like normally that guy would definitely see me and shoot me. But and yeah, let's go spot this side as well. Likely we'll go for another half hour-ish here and just level up the hardcore a little bit. Because that's the only one that I'm kind of okay with doing well with the 5 times. And then this evening we'll come back and likely I'm gonna jump into Division 1, I feel. Might do some Division 1 this evening and then we'll do a descent run tomorrow for the 5 times. To do other things well the 5 times is up instead of just farming my heart out. That's not going to be useful for anything. We'll get some water along the way. There's water here. And here I'm like, normally with those, I would like pull out my pistol and shoot them to save ammo, but that would lose me my determined then. I'll be okay on ammo. But I might not be okay on losing determined. Actually, I will do this one and the next one, and then likely I'll go back to White House and see. We've done a bunch of levels. We've done 9 levels.
Hostile control point nearby.
I will go back and see about getting the drone. Just gonna fire so they know where I am. Didn't even see that one. It was literally in front of me.
Access key detected.
Oh. I heard a sound there that I don't really like. Yes. One of the downsides of the thing is it does hurt allies, like with our hostages, but it does so as well with like the deer and the dogs that run around in the open world. And that was a dog. That was the sound of me accidentally by proxy murdering a hound. What build am I using? I'm using basically a Habsburg Hotshot, but in all blue core with white tet. And this one is very unoptimized. I literally just made it a few seconds ago. The Habsburg pieces as well are just...
Incoming hostiles detected.
they just have the right talent and headshot. They don't have weapon handling. They're like...
Access key detected.
because this one this has hazard protection and this has explosive resistance, yeah. And also, yeah, as you can see, most of the stats are not maxed out. I could actually optimize all of this because I do have the resources for it, but I just didn't want to sit there and do that. And for here, this is more than enough. The nice thing about being 6 blue core, hotshot, because actually in normal, so if this was not hardcore, I would much prefer a pistol or rifle build. Just they go faster. But here, this is hard to kill. This is actually pretty hard to kill for the enemies. We could even actually go with Memento even in this, I would think. Let's go get that public execution, seeing as it's right there. And then we'll go back to base and get the drone and a few more stats for sharpshooter, because actually, yeah, sharpshooter is also not fully leveled on this. I do have the weapon damage already though. But we could have more headshots, we could have more stability, we could have the spotting drone, which I would, yeah, really like. Because I can't see shit. Shit, we can't see it. Oh, do they not have determined one? Must have weapon swapped. That's fine as well, actually. These guys are kind of safer. I'm gonna sit in this cover for a while though and just do everything from here, unless I have to move.
Hostage health is critical.
That one, I might not be able to save that one. Nope.
Hostage is dead.
I'm just gonna wait for this guy to regen. Although this one's also far enough away, but I'm afraid he'll run this way. Come on, regen some health there.
Hostile control point detected.
I need this guy to not shoot him, and then I'll regen. I'll let it save.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
We'll still get completion, we just won't get the bounty. It turns out Division is not a looter shooter, it is actually a point and click adventure. Kind of sitting in the cover here, just regenning a little bit of ammo. So I should regen a little bit more, one more. Okay. Yeah, let's get back to base and actually grab ourselves any perks and stuff. And I don't lose my ammo going here. If we go to the shared space, we would, but not just going here. Let's get the spotting drone right away. More headshots. Flashbang. Can we get all of it? Okay. Can even take the repair. Turning the repair also to be immunity. Which is kind of nice. Oh, actually, we should kind of disable this when we go. That's actually a thing we should do. When we go and do bounty choosing, we should actually just remove this perk so we don't get we would get less special ammo. Alright, let's have that as well. I have 14 more, so that's there we go.
Here you go.
That's also I'm just gonna give this a color real quick. Guess you know what? We'll go the full white. Why not? With our white death. Yeah, let's, while we're here as well, clean up this. We're also likely full up on caches. Nah, that's not useful.
Thanks for your business.
16 caches just from that. Oh, I should put away my other build actually as well. Let's do that in a second. Because I still have that striker on the character. We have a stash nowadays for a while. For hardcores. Anything in the stash is safe. Isn't per se maybe fully in the spirit of hardcore. But actually only really your first hardcore is actually kind of hard to do. And then the rest, if you do it right, you'll do things to kind of make a second hardcore if you lose your first one to make that much easier. Because for instance here as well, all the pistols I have in my stash that are kind of marked as junk, that's for if I lose this hardcore, I can actually use all of that to get back up to, 40, a little bit easier just because I'll have basically like plenty of currency. And I'm just gonna sell everything. Deconstructing, I don't need parts that much. Now let's put away the strikers that we had just in case we die. It's not on us and doesn't die with us. And we can always, they're always saved as loadouts anyway, so we can load them back up. Yeah, let's put in the drone as well. Might as well also take especially the duration mod for how we're going to use it. Because the way I'm actually going to trigger it, because of course, if I trigger this first, the hive goes on cooldown. What we're going to do instead is I'm going to put my hive on the ground and then pop the drone and then go from there. Let's go do this public and then just have the drone out. That's also why it's much easier actually that on that other season we had, we still had cool skills I think, but yeah, especially if you have scavenge skills, it's so much easier as well as we can kind of use both skills. But what I'm going to do here is actually put that on cooldown. Actually, yeah, let's generate some ammo here so while we wait. But basically you can do it this way where that one is deployed, so it doesn't care that I do this, and I pick it back up. And I have my drone out, and I have my hive. It's a little bit too time consuming to do it everywhere, but it's kind of nice for here and there. Because it just shows exactly where people are. Pop one. What's the distance? Is there so many reds there? There was something else there as well then. The reds are all gonna die. Oh, there's a rusher. Yeah, there was something else there. But yeah, hostage rescues don't have rushers on the assault part of it. Only on the defense part. Okay, this time I'm gonna save both. They can take one like that. Coming from behind. And the reload is still pretty quick. Although the thing that I should be trying to get is to get, consecutive shots, so hot shot reloads low for me, but I'm just being too snapshotty. That shot wasn't gonna connect. But the thing is as well, the White Death is now so much faster at reloading than it used to be. Can't miss if the barrel is touching him. Should actually keep an eye out for a DNH backpack or chest. We could go also the pistol round. Broken DLC in the next few weeks. I mean, one would hope so. We're getting, you know, it's almost February. We have, how much more do we have here? We have 5 weeks, 3 days on this, and then, yeah, so another, so 6 weeks and a bit. Putting it, you know, in March, which,
Really?
yeah, you would think at some point. Although I could see them just doing it basically like 2 weeks or something in front, just to, like, Division isn't popular enough in a real sense to just, you know, do like a month of like hype. You do like, you know, 2 weeks or something. You start 2 weeks before it and kind of announce it and lay everything out, and then maybe a week before it you start putting out some gameplay and maybe, you know, early access people getting their NDAs lifted so that they get their shit out, and then you release it. That would be my guess. I feel Wony kind of had that same as well. Wony kind of got announced and it was like, it's here next week or something like.
They lied to us all.
Poke. You don't like the SR more than White Death? Overall here, especially with the White Death having one maxed out stat for hardcore here, and seeing as I have the blueprint, the White Death is much easier to go with. White Death has a higher cap, and especially against SR1, pretty much higher. I do like the SR1's handling much better than this, but especially in this specific use case where I crafted this like 10 minutes ago, and I have the blueprint for White Death. The White Death having that one stat maxed out, so I don't have to optimize it,
Identified.
by itself is already gonna make the White Death win. And I don't mind the White Death at all. Not since the changes to it. Like, the reload is so much faster now than it used to be. Like, yeah, that was a reload. Like, given, well, this is a hot shot and stuff. But I'm actually missing even like weapon handling that you would normally have by virtue of having 2 more stats. But with the SR1, I would have needed to get it with detox and such, and also then optimized much more of it, because here, just that mid stat is always full. Honestly, with the marksmans now, basically you can go with whichever one of the bolt actions, magazine or without. Doesn't matter as much as it used to. The only place is if it's gonna get you a step up. You know, if it can get you to reach a new threshold for like getting an elite. Because one of the things with the White Death is the White Death. If you have everything like maxed out, like you have Habsburg 2-piece, you have everything red, you have a White Death, you have the 5 weapon damage mod in here, and the scope for 45 headshot. All of those together with hotshot pre-stacked, you can start on an elite. And this, of course, without the mod, because the modifiers. Because the modifiers, of course, lets you get there much easier. So, for instance, there it is like it gets you just to the point where you can just one-shot elite assault and grenadiers and stuff as your first shot, which is kind of nice, right? But most of the time, you just have a purple anyway, or a rusher, elite rusher as well. Propaganda. don't know why I kept going for the legs. Even though that guy was kind of out of cover at that point. Hopefully it's an elite rusher with them or something, and the rusher is the key carrier. That's the grenadier. Because when it's the rusher, he'll bring the key all the way to you, which is kind of nice, of course.
Access key detected. Progress halted. Manual override required.
There's also here as well, like, actually for when it's not hardcore, I like rifles and pistols. Because pistols is by far more than enough for this. Like a Headhunter's Fury with even a bunch of blue cores and a memento will do fine for this global event. Here though, the hotshot is much easier to make. Because also, yeah, I'm keeping Habsburg pieces with blue core, so they're actually not hard to get.
Hostile control point detected. Manual override required.
Because the refire time for pistols and and rifles and stuff will be much better than this, of course. Yeah, breaking chain, yeah. Well, as long as we get 3 in a row, we basically get our ammo back, and then if we don't, it's also not the end of the world. Like, we reload pretty quickly. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to maybe 250. We're in 237. Because yeah, I can't go way too long. We can still go a little bit. So actually set up here. Yeah. So actually set up to have the drone command. Don't burn out the blight. I'm the blight. Don't burn me.
Incoming hostiles detected.
As if I actually take the time and aim. It's not. It's not too hard to actually get the reloads. And the one nice things as well with Hotshot here, we're getting the like the on kill, and we don't need to be close range because it will heal us up and then give us bonus armor. So we, especially with this many blue cores, we get a ton of bonus armor. We could also go Bloodsucker on top of that. Is my backpack actually Bloodsuckerable? No. Came with Vigilance and I put Headshot on it, so. Yeah, let's go do that. We'll just run from here. And if there's a named group again, we'll take those guys out. That's where I have my drone. And I would only save like a little bit of time. Because of an extra loading screen as well.
The division fall.
Might also get the order actually. Let's take it a little wide so we have a chance at order. Because if I get a harvest, I'm not gonna not use it.
To all the children, mothers, fathers, grandparents, friends, families.
Actually, technically, a harvest, even without detox, as long as it has a damage stat, would be better than the 586 or the 686. You gain 10%, right? So that's already more like 10% always, even without it being, you know, conditional. So
They call us monsters.
Even if you then get like just damage to armor or something, that would still be fine.
A child from its family and leaving it to die terrified and alone. They will soon learn what it's like to feel helpless.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Send their drone over there. Should have left that guy.
Access key detected.
Get bounced on the railing there.
Progress halted.
It's gonna kill the rest.
Manual override required.
Can I have a peek over here? I saw the map showing something here. It's not in range of the drone, so it must be far away, so it doesn't matter much.
To all the true sons, JTF and Division.
Progress resumed.
Whee! Also, it feels so wrong to we have the white tusk outfit on. I was always used to joke about this. A lot of people used to run this just outright, and so it just became a thing of it's really only the newer players that run this because, you know, they'll be like, having done a legendary is cool. Here, of course, I haven't done the apparel is shared across the account, so yeah, I haven't done a legendary heroic, but it's just from the normal characters. And then we continuously basically have a ton of bonus armor going on there because of our 6 blue cores. How many levels was that? 3 for that? Jesus Christ. That's a lot for that little amount of work. And either enders. Summers never eat comedians. They taste funny. Badoom. And yeah, Funky coming in with the zombie jokes. Well, you'll be safe then, right? Turns out. I know everybody's kind of enjoying their Friday, looking forward to the weekend. I kind of am. For once, I don't have to work this weekend, so that's kind of nice. Wait, was there a fourth guy behind here? Or okay, there's. It was like. Really? That's still missed. And here we're just even doing it with just 3 directives. Oh, I forgot what we're doing. Which is trying to not murder my own allies. This guy should be safe. And they regen there, so that should be safe for me to do this.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Maybe actually what I should do, well, let's maybe do that. Because if I'm taking cool skills and not taking Fog of War, I could swap those. I could take... I could drop cool skills and take Fog of War and then also just get my drone out and then my hive is still safe. Oh, that was actually a better headshot mod. So I usually just not curing unless the mod is full. Yeah, let's go do that actually. We'll lose our ammo doing that, but that's fine. Yeah, let's swap those. Because then I can just use my drone. And as well, now that we have the meds back, we can also take... Let's take this to be Fog of War and then Special Ammo. Anyway, here we'll see double XP. Oh no, actually. Oh no, this character has them.
Where to?
Wherever there's
Has them
to
New
be
York.
done, I guess. There's certainly no shortage.
We got
I
lucky,
never
didn't we?
does that.
Lucky?
When the
Oh,
network
like
went
what?
down, it could have been the end
Yeah,
of
it's a long
everything.
story.
We got exactly
But there's
the
no
help we
double
needed.
XP there.
Yeah.
Not for
Nice
pickups and
finally have
stuff.
a competent
Oh, we're on
agent.
19 gashes, so might as well get that. What level are we? Oh, we're basically there. I went a little faster than I thought it would because, yeah, of course it does. Because about 5 times as fast, surprisingly. I don't know. Open up all these. At least I might get some items here that are kind of usable. For this hardcore. Also, they have enough inventory to actually take all that, which is kind of nice. Normally, I don't. It's pretty unlikely for me to have enough inventory to take 20 caches worth of loot into my inventory. Actually, well, oh, actually, a tactile terrain. Oh, let's take that for a second. Keep that M16. Oh, CQB. Oh, and you have 2 better mods. Let's just sell the rest, actually. Oh, I almost sold my stash ones, which I don't want to sell. Because I have all of these pistols in the stash that I've just crafted with this hardcore, and they're in the stash for if this hardcore dies, this is currency for the other one. They can just sell a few of these by, you know, while leveling. There is a bunch of stuff you do want to buy. So let's bump up our headshot mods here real quick. Not that it gains as much, we gained like 1.5%. But still better than nothing. Let's actually try it for a second as well with this thing instead. Because we can take stability, accuracy. I don't think actually. Oh, actually, we can take stability there, and then take accuracy extra here, which should lead us, which should be able to let us fast scope or quick scope a little bit better. I'm gonna keep the white dot in my inventory. Yeah. So let's see what attack 308. This is the lowest base of the bolt actions, but this is the best handling. So. Let's see how that one feels here. I was asked if headshot damage on gear applies to turret and drone. No. Normal turret and drone, even when they do hit headshots, because they can, you'll see a red number pop up, especially if you put it above enemies and they kind of come towards a turret or something like the normal assault turret. Like if it hits that, you see it does the same damage, basically. So it does not have a headshot modifier at all. And definitely not yours. And then the sniper turret has just the 2 times. So basically whatever damage it does on the body, it does 2 times that on the headshot. Neither gets anything from your... oh yeah, I can have my drone now. Just body shot him. I'll get us some ammo here. Christ, was a headshot. I'll take that though. Oh, I don't have determined on this. Yeah, these flame rounds are actually kind of annoying. Don't have enough to start on an elite anymore. Can I? Yeah. I forgot a thing. Yeah, this might get risky. Let's not risk it at all. We'll just wait for the 10 seconds of auto damage and get out of there. Yeah, let's go. Let's go put determined on this because that's what I should have had on there. And you can just fast travel out if you're just not have taken damage in the last 10 seconds. And that was a silly mistake to make there. Because I almost could have gone bad. Especially without scope, I don't feel like determined is really doable anymore even there. So apparently not anymore there. And we just reset the world a second ago, so not much has spawned in yet. Let's go for masks. Let's go for the mast here. Actually, no, let's stick with DNH. I wouldn't mind
Hostile control point
a chest or backpack that is headhunterable. No. But yeah, the turret and drone generally just don't take much from our stats. And yeah, if we could have headshot going, that would make the sniper turret way too good. At least with its current numbers, of course, right? Because everything is based on if the numbers change, or you know, if the balance is different, the balance is different. So I'll pop a few things with our pistol. Take that. And now we have enough ammo at least to last us a while. Although there was also special ammo down that street if you needed that. Need to remember to just not stand out in the open. Of course, the second that I peek, he stops. It's hoping to be able to evade it without going out of cover, just to get to not let my ammo regeneration. I'm just gonna take the full kill here. It's annoying he's so high that the enemies underneath aren't counting as the clouds getting to him. Also, I wouldn't have minded if I hadn't engaged from here and could have pushed in a little bit deeper, but that is not the reality of things. Oh, go on, one of you assholes speak. I have enough ammo now. Okay, this thing is definitely too weak. I know.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And honestly, I have to see the initial shots. One of the things is as well, we haven't optimized this here. So we're losing quite a bit when we compare to the White Death from a second ago. We're gonna kill the content. Content is dead. What a name for a named. Let go after. If I dated others, I have to start all over. Basically, just for that one, you have to redo. With most of them, you have to redo the puzzle up to that point, basically. Some of them have basically forms of checkpoints in between ish at some of the steps, but that's the multi-step ones. So. The easiest way to also just take care of that is don't die. And don't die means also that, you know, just put it to normal difficulty. You don't need to be anything above normal for the open world ones, unless you want the challenge. Scorpio makes those fights a lot easier. When it's basically all of the one, if it's just one hunter, they're pretty easy. Oh, that was 10 million. I guess I didn't have vigilance likely that they're. Now, one of the things with this as well is that it actually does have a bit better rate RPM, but it's barely anything. Because yeah, that's 70, where most of the others are either 50 or 60. So. At least the bolt action. And now as well, we have 13 rounds to kind of trigger the reload and not have to reload. So in 13 rounds, hitting 3 in a row should be. And also, yeah, PFE can be like kind of nice, but it's kind of overkill. Like if you have a PFE build, you know, might as well use it. That's kind of overkill. Like just a Scorpio on a red build will be more than enough. If you want to min-max on it as well, half foam definitely is a good one to have. If you have multiple people, have one person have shock traps and put it, if you know where they're gonna spawn, which most of the videos and guides can show where they spawn. You can already put a shock trap down, and then basically when they spawn, they trigger it right away. And they can't hack shock traps, so it's not even a real issue. Or maybe they can hack shock traps, but it just doesn't matter because, you know, you place them, you should know what they are. Oh, 9-2 headshot. Yeah, not gonna hang on to any of those. Yeah, actually, we reached 252 there. You know what, though? Let's go grab New Venice as well, and then we'll call it.
Kind of wish something would
Just wanna
happen. I'm falling asleep.
try shooting this thing a little bit more. But yeah, just by itself, a Scorpio can basically carry those fights kind of fully. Especially if it's on normal. You just kind of stun lock them and they will die pretty quick. But yeah, you can go a little bit further with like a PFE, shock traps, foam, all of those are pretty good. Keep in mind with PFE that if you're kind of used to fighting rogues, and with rogues you would close the distance quite often and just kind of get them to melee you, because that's that's pretty easy. Where's the other ones in there? The hunters have their axes, right? And yeah, even a normal hunter will do a lot of damage to a shield or to you with that axe hit. So yeah, you don't want to get in melee. Whereas with rogues, normally you would. I have the tool for this. Why am I not using it? Don't hate this thing. One of the nice things about it is it does come back exactly to where, like, the after a shot, the white dead. Actually, yeah, am I right on that? Let's try. Like, yeah. So when let's say the center of the circle, right? I'm gonna take a shot. Actually, I would still heal, right? Yeah. Like now it's over there. And so every time that I shoot, it's moving to the right there. This thing though, when I gonna shoot underneath the other one. Oh, was it J? A mass here and then. It still moves to the right, but it's just a tiny amount. So you kind of land again where you are. It's also kind of handy to kind of know the firing patterns for sniper rifles and stuff as well. Like whatever weapon you're using, it's handy to know the pattern. Because once you know that as well, you can kind of compensate for it. So with the white dead, you kind of know whenever it goes back in, you have to kind of go back to the left. I'm gonna start on the purple. Get them as they're coming out. We'll likely kill everything before it really has a chance to do anything to us. And then as well, the nice thing with Hotshot in this case, although, you know, Hunter's Fury has its healing as well. So, but here we have the bonus armor from Hotshot generated, and that also just stays like that. That isn't like Bloodsucker where it goes away. We just keep adding to it till it's 50% of our.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Yeah, let's go. Actually, no, let's just stay back here. Normally we would go set up like close to that, but there's no need. I can just stay far away and be perfectly safe. Waiting for my drone to kind of get in position, and
Reinforcements en route.
I aggroed something in the streets or something.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Especially here, it's kind of nice that it goes back exactly kind of where, well, not exactly, but a lot closer to where I took the last shot. Instead of the white dead jumping quite a bit to the right.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
And reanimated kind of in its new form kind of trivializes some of the fights. I might, yeah, let's go get that loot over there. It'll take a minute for our allies to make it all the way over here. Well, I got there actually. Faster than I expected. I'm gonna hang on to that one. Let's got the crate down here as well. I'll say, if you haven't ever been down here, there's a huge duck down there. And there's a pretty big hippo plushie sitting over there.
Supply room access unlocked.
Because that thing really, one of the bigger ducks, it gives really big duck energy. gives the off. Is 1860 a marksman or just rifle? It is a rifle in the technical sense, and the way that we distinctly like go between those is what damage it says here, and that also then means what bonuses apply to it. But then the 1886 has such high damage that you can kind of use it like an MMR, but that doesn't mean that it is an MMR. It's just a rifle. So bonus-wise and stuff, you need Overlord to Overlord or Zvia to get to it. Iraldi does not apply to it, stuff like that. But you can always just see it from like this, whatever the core attribute says it is, that's that weapon type, because, you know. Same for Vector is SMG, the Chameleon is like AR technically, or well, it's a SMG technically, but it is an AR in a literal sense. AR damage applies now.
How much longer we can last?
Yeah, let's take this back to base. Let's get cleaned up. We'll kind of have to call it there as yeah. I have to go do a bunch of stuff. And maybe also actually, well, at the very least as well eat, but do some work stuff and maybe even take a quick nap before the evening. Although, yeah, I will be back in the evening. I'm going to keep that one. We'll keep that one as well and that one. We'll fix those up later. I think I'm just going to go back to the white that because with a few of the shots, especially without vigilance, I couldn't actually start on the elite. So I'd rather just have that ability to just whatever it is in front of me, we murder it. Someone needs caches too. And actually, how many stars are we up to now? Already. We're already on 115 stars. All of the challenges now are unlocked as well for today, so because a lot of people have been saving their weeklies and stuff also for now, and also saving the getting the stars or getting any of the challenges done, because all of those as well give pretty decent, well, they give some XP like alongside doing other things, so okay, so yeah, to repeat it, yeah, it's whatever it says here. So on the 1886, it says here that it's a rifle. It says rifle damage instead of marksman rifle damage, and that means that is a rifle.
Good to be seeing you.
Sometimes those ads do get in the way sometimes, and that's how you generally can know. Like even sometimes you might go, this weapon feels SMG-ish, like the Chameleon, but it is an AR because it says so on which damage type it gets. And that also then, you know, like if it has shotgun damage, it needs, you know, the brands that give shotgun, like Badger Tough. If it's rifle, it can be Zvia or Fox, or Zvia or Fox, Zvia or Overlord. They can hang on to that perfect brazen as well, actually.
Thanks for the business.
But yeah, it is in the case of the 1886, it's like an MMR, but it isn't actually an MMR. How to get rock and roll? I don't drop on Dylan, rock and roll drop on countdown. No. So I'll link here to the named item list, and rock and roll is a DZ/PvP item. So. And on that guide, if you go to that guide, here, there's a little graphic there. And yeah, it shows for all of the gear and weapons, it shows where they drop. So if it says LZ, anything that is LZ or LZ plus DZ can drop in countdown. Anything that says DZ and special can't drop in countdown. The DZ ones means that it does drop in DZ and from conflict caches and such, and named caches. Everything is in named caches except special. And that's usually the way to get it, is that you open up a ton of named caches, like getting a ton of stars now and just getting a bunch of named caches and trying to get the rock and roll that way. But yeah, that one shows where items drop, which isn't the same as here, not being able to get it. That's why we also don't call them DZ exclusives anymore, because they're not exclusive to the DZ at all. Overlord is just the bugs, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's kind of that slip was definitely Freudian. Me going, just calling the rifle brands like Fox's Prayer and Zia. Yeah, that was very much that. Saying I definitely think 1,000 by 10 is done about 878. Yeah, if you have the playtime and such, yeah, 5 times XP, 200 levels. What normally would be 200 levels will turn into 1,000. And there's also a really good global event going on. Like even the thing is, even Reanimated is a lot better actually farming wise than the last time that we had it, which was with actually, what did we have it with? Oh yeah, we had it with SHD Exposed, right? Or what did we? Yeah. So, and at the time before that, we had it with.
Best gear in the city.
No, right? It wasn't SHD Exposed, was it? Wasn't it Golden Bullet? I feel. Oh no, that was a 3 times XP. Never mind. Yeah. Mine does not remember everything. But yeah, it's pretty easy indeed to. That's also one of the reasons I'm actually not getting. I'm not gonna do much with my main accounts while the 5 times is up, just because I like having it be consistent and stuff. Like having 3 days of 5 times XP will make me feel pretty bad the coming few weeks if I play. But yeah, that's me just being insane, so don't pay too much attention to that. But that does mean that this evening we'll be going and actually not playing Division 2. I'll be swapping over to Division 1 most likely. But for now, we're gonna go raiding, and let's go raid. Actually, let's go raid. Oh no, yeah, I haven't done many afternoon streams, so I haven't been able to raid too many people recently. Let's go raid Prime, as he has raided us a few times. We haven't raided him in a while, as I haven't been doing much afternoon streams anymore because I've been busy. But and with Guardians, I don't know. Yeah, it could very well be. I just don't. Yeah. I was thinking, but the Golden Bullet was. I was thinking of the Golden Bullet, but that was with the 3 times. I was thinking like, wait, didn't I make the? Wasn't the last one that I made wasn't the Golden Bullets with the only tips? But yeah, that was. But and yeah, we're gonna go raiding on the Twitch end. We're gonna go raid. I am Pure Prime, or Prime as we call him. And I'll be back in the evening. That's going to be in like 2.5 hours time. So not too long from now, 9 p.m. Central European time. And yeah, we're likely going to jump into Division 1 for this evening. And tomorrow, though, I might actually get, because I like Descent. So seeing as we have Envy, I might tomorrow break my own rule and play a little bit of Division 2, but we'll do it just descending into madness a little bit more. For now, though, enjoy Prime, and I'll be back in a little bit. I'm also going to go and stitch together that video that we made, although that one's going to come out in like almost like 8th of February or something. It's going to be a few, like in 2 weeks, because we're kind of ahead with videos, which is kind of nice. But then as well, people will, the people that saw it live, by the time it comes out, you will have forgotten a little bit about it, so it'll be nice and fresh. So but yeah, all of those coming up. For now, though, enjoy yourself some Prime. I'll be back in a little bit, so hope to catch some of you then. And as always, have a good day.